Could everyone please start finding their seats? We'll be starting here shortly. We'll wait one more minute before we start. Okay, good morning, everybody. Let's get started. I was delaying the start of the meeting a few minutes to allow members to arrive. Welcome to the kickoff session of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee for the 2025-2026 legislative session. We have a jam-packed lineup for today. Before we get to that, though, I'm going to ask you all to stand and join United States Air Force retired captain and Representative Doug Thomas as he leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So welcome once again to returning members and new members. The first hour of our meeting this morning is going to be committee orientation. We will spend an hour discussing just exactly how the committee operates. We will introduce ourselves to each other, both returning and new members, and we'll discuss basic ground rules for conduct here in the Legislative Office Building and in committee meetings as well. We'll also talk about the work we do in this committee. There are two major things we do. We hear bills in public hearings, and we pass judgment on those bills in executive sessions. And we will discuss at length, myself, my vice chair, and my clerk, we will discuss at length how we conduct ourselves during those two activities. So the first thing to think about is, and this is a question I never thought about until I got here this morning and saw people struggling with it. What do you do with your coat when you get here? So there are coat racks in the hallway near the elevator, down here near the stairway at the end of the hallway. And there is some limited space for coats in the committee office, which is the room that's right across the hall from our committee administrator. So there is limited space there for coats. You could also put coats back here in the corner. There is a table back here and a chair that's not being used. That's another space for coats. I never thought about that before, but it's important to know where to put your coat or your lunch or your briefcase or whatever. So let's get that out of the way. Another issue I'd like to discuss immediately is start time for these committee sessions. Generally speaking, we will attempt to start these meetings at 9 a.m. There will be exceptions. Sometimes we'll start at 10, but in general, we'll try to start these meetings at 9 o'clock. I would appreciate it if all of you could make every effort to get here before 9 o'clock so that we have a full house when we launch our activity at 9 o'clock. I understand that life happens and you can't always make it on time, but please make every effort that you can to get here on time. It's also important to note, for you to know, that if you know you can't attend a meeting, it's important that you let your caucus leader know that you can't attend the meeting so that that person can let me know what your status is. So for Republicans, the caucus leader is Vice Chair Doug Thomas, and for Democrats, the caucus leader is Ranking Member Kat McGee. We'll be introducing ourselves to each other in just a moment, but I thought it was important for you to know that absences are certainly unavoidable and acceptable, but it is good practice and courteous to the rest of us to let us know when you can't be in attendance. As you all know, we just recently had a debate about it on the House floor. We do have in this building and in the State House a unwritten rule that you dress appropriately when you attend meetings in this building. There is no solid definition of what appropriate is. I realize that. But please be sensitive to the idea that we represent the public, and the public expects us to look like we value our role. So business casual attire is recommended, and we'd appreciate it if you could keep that in mind as you dress in the morning. There's other ground rules that I want to go over with you. And I think I'll keep doing that until more people show up, because we're going to have introductions here eventually, but I'd like everybody to show up if possible first. People are still filing in. So a reminder, this is a reminder not only for members of the committee, but for everyone who's attending these meetings. Food and beverages are not allowed in these meetings except for water. Drinking water is allowed, but other food and beverages are not. And if any member intends to bring his lunch from home and eat here, it's okay to bring your lunch bag into the room and set it in the back somewhere. But it's discouraged for you to eat in this room, even during lunch breaks. And that's just to keep the room clean. If any member has a medical issue while we're in session, we will contact the House Committee Services folks immediately. We'll probably suspend the meeting if anybody has a serious medical issue. We will get you attended to. There are numerous people in this building who have medical training, EMT training, and they can assist us if any member is in distress. So let us know right away if you're not feeling well, and we will try to help you address that problem. Use of electronic devices. We discourage the use of electronic devices while we're in public hearings. Representative Doug Thomas, will go over that in a little more detail when he talks about public hearing behavior and decorum. But in general, we'd ask that you refrain from using electronic devices while in the committee room. If you need to consult email or take a phone call, you can always exit the room and do that in the hallway. Representative McGee, you have a question?
Yeah, on the devices in the room, we had this conversation last orientation as well, I know. And our half of the committee actually does extemporaneous note taking within the meetings and within the hearings in order to have, have notes that let us know exactly what happened and what was asked and what was answered and that sort of thing. So we find having, a laptop and someone on our committee taking those notes to be kind of essential to the business, as well as being able to recall. So
Yes, I recall that discussion from last year. I think we want to try to keep that to a minimum because it is somewhat discourteous to the people sitting in the table talking to us to see members apparently distracted by their computers. If you must do it to record your notes, then I'll allow it, but try to keep it as to the minimum, and I'll try to make it as unobtrusive as possible. If you really need to take notes about what you heard in a public hearing, you can always go back to the YouTube recording. These meetings are being recorded, and you can go back to the YouTube meeting recording and watch it and take notes from that. So it would be advantageous, I think, to the spirit of listening to our constituents if we resisted as much as possible the temptation to use our electronic devices while they're speaking.
Sure.
Yes, Representative, who had their hand up first? Representative Corman, I guess.
Thank you. So I'm one of the people who took notes last time, and I would just like to say that, in fact, rather than being distracted, taking the notes kept me hyper-focused because I really had to pay attention to what was going on in the questions and the answers, and I was actually extremely attentive.
Representative Doug Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate that I think common sense would rule in this case here. Be aware that we are being recorded and people do watch us live. And I've seen excerpts, not so much this committee, but some other committees. And if someone is watching it through, live streaming, many times we see members in the committees, they're like this while someone is doing a testimony, or even on a computer, they're doing it so much that it looks like half the committee members aren't being attentive. So my point is, be aware that you are being looked at, and your actions could be viewed by the public in certain ways that you don't intend. So minimize, I think, is a good key, or at least like in Representative Corman's case, where he's taking notes, an occasional look up, and so people know that you are actually looking at the public, would be something good in my opinion. So just be aware that you are being looked at when you're in committee here.
I think it's true that all of us take notes. Many of us use a pen and paper and take written notes. And that, I think, does not offend the public quite the way staring at a screen does. So you might want to consider using pen and paper to take your notes instead of an electronic device. Representative McGee.
Hopefully maybe a last point on this. You may recall I was out on medical leave at the beginning of the last term, and I was really concerned having new people coming on the committee that they would be able to have a central repository to understand the work coming at them, which can sometimes be significant. And when you're new, there's a lot. So we developed, we use technology basically. We have a Google sheet that all of our work is centrally located in. So you can go there and look at, you have links to the bills, you have the status of the bill, you have the conversations that happen in the hearings, the votes, everything is in one place. So we are actually leveraging technology in order to make the work easier for everyone. So that's the central repository where the notes are being taken, which we think is more efficient than all of us having stuff in individual notebooks and on paper. So we're just using technology.
Okay, thank you. Speaking of a place that you might want to store your written notes, every member will be assigned a drawer in the filing cabinet in the room behind us. And you're welcome to store in that drawer as much material as you can get in it. It's not a huge drawer, but each of us will have one, and you're welcome to use it to store your accumulated notes and other printed resources. And as you will discover, new members anyway will discover, as we go through the public hearing process, you will receive a lot of printed material from people who are testifying before the committee. And rather than stuff that in a bag and carry it back and forth with you to your house, you might find it advantageous to leave that material in your drawer here at the State House. You can take it with you if you want, but you might find that it's easier to leave it here. We will have a member assigned to security notification. We have not discussed that with members yet of the committee. It will probably be a member of the Republican caucus. We will discuss that at a caucus meeting in the near future. And at one of our future meetings, I will announce who the member assigned to security notification is. That member will be in touch with the security services in the building. And if some kind of security notification needs to be issued across the building, then that member will be the first one to get that notification and will pass it along to the rest of us. It's never happened in the 10 plus years I've been here, but it is possible that at some point there could be either a building problem or a problem with the public that requires us to leave the room and or the building. And if that happens, we do have a system in place And we'll talk about that at a future meeting so that you'll know exactly what you should do if you need to leave the building. There are exit signs prominently displayed throughout the building. And if, for example, a fire alarm were to go off, we should all proceed in an orderly fashion to the nearest exit and get out of the building as quickly as possible. Well, we have a lot more to cover. I want Representative Thomas to talk about public hearings, and Representative Bernardi is going to talk about executive sessions. But before we get there, I think it's time now to do some introductions. So I'd like to go around the room and have everybody introduce themselves. Returning members, reintroduce yourself to your fellow committee members. New members, introduce yourself to your fellow committee members. Say as much or as little as you like, but try to give us some sense of who you are, what your history is, what your background is, what your level of interest is in the matters that come before this committee, and give us a brief summary of why you chose to be on ST&E. I'll start so that everybody can get a sense of who I am. I'm Michael Vose. I represent Rockingham District 5, the town of Epping. This is my 6th term in the House. I've served all of my terms on science, technology, and energy, the last 3 of which I've been honored to be the chair of this committee. I'm a New Hampshire native, although I wasn't born here. I was born in Raleigh, North Carolina, but my father was in the service at the time and returned to New Hampshire after he retired, and I've lived my whole life in New Hampshire. My family history goes back 200 years in New Hampshire to 1796 in Francistown, New Hampshire. I graduated from Monadnock Regional High School and Keene State College and the University of Maine. My undergraduate degree was in a Bachelor of Science of History. My graduate degree is a Master's of Public Administration. My work history is that I've worked in the high technology business virtually my entire career, computer software in particular. I was also a journalist, worked for a magazine published here in New Hampshire called Byte Magazine, which was one of the first computer magazines that covered the personal computer magazine industry, personal computer technology industry. I grew up with that industry starting in 1983 when I joined Byte Magazine. I'd previously worked for another technology magazine before that. When I decided to retire from the technology world, the workaday world, I spent a couple of years doing some freelance work and eventually decided to run for the legislature. I'd actually run for the state legislature way back in the 70s in Vermont, when I lived in Vermont, and was convinced by the local Republican committee in the town I lived in to run for the state legislature. And even though I was unsuccessful, it whetted my appetite for this kind of work and this kind of service. And so that's why I decided to run in 2014 and have been serving ever since then. It's been an honor and a privilege to do so. On a personal level, I enjoy hiking, I enjoy golf, and I enjoy playing music. I play the hammered dulcimer. I'm an off and on player of that instrument and enjoy it immensely. And when it comes to listening to music, I'm a bluegrass fan. I love bluegrass music. So that's my story. I'm sticking to it. And we'll move on by turning the mic over to our vice chair, Representative Doug Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, as you heard, my name is Doug Thomas. I'm entering my 6th term. I came in the same time Representative Vose did. We served and been serving on the same committee ever since. My family moved to New Hampshire when I was 9 years old, so I've been a New Hampshire resident since I was 9 years old, and I maintained that residency throughout my 20 some odd years in the Air Force for obvious reasons, voting and tax purposes, but I have been a New Hampshire resident ever since then. I did go to school in Orford, New Hampshire. I grew up in Orford, New Hampshire. I attended school with Governor Thompson's kids. I knew Governor Thompson at the time personally, and so did my father. It was an interesting time. But I eventually graduated from Hanover High School. So a little bigger school and a little more accreditation, and that allowed me to have a better chance to enter what was then called Lowell Technological Institute in Lowell, Massachusetts, now UMass Lowell, but I graduated there with a Bachelor of Science in Plastics Technology. And while I was in the Air Force, I eventually obtained my MBA degree from the University of Montana. So when my years in the Air Force were primarily as a munitions maintenance officer. I was overseas in Thailand during the fall of Saigon, the fall of Phnom Penh, during the Mayaguez incident, during that time period, actually during the Jimmy Carter administration, and eventually got transferred to Spain, where my son was born. Actually, he's a Spanish citizen. He had to be naturalized to come back to the States. And a few other assignments in the States until I got out for a few years and got a job with down at Hanscom Air Force Base as a support contractor, where I eventually spent 29 years there as a support contractor in logistics and program management. And so as I was nearing the end of my civilian career there, I was looking for something to do. I've always been interested in public affairs, current events, and I happened to get a couple of good nods from people from when I moved to Londonderry. I did spend 19 years living in Salem, New Hampshire. I'll get to in a second, but moved to Londonderry, met a few people that wanted me to run for office, and by the grace of the heavens, I won the last position in my primary. I won that by 1 vote in a recount, and then I went on to serve and been serving ever since, which has been a good honor. I will say on a personal scale, like I said, I spent 19 years in Salem, New Hampshire. I was a member of the Salem Youth Soccer Association. I coached soccer. Then I eventually became the president of the Salem Youth Soccer Association for several years. And I eventually moved up into the New Hampshire Soccer Association, where I was the vice chair of recreation for many years, and eventually became one of the few people that have become a lifetime member of the New Hampshire Soccer Association. I currently sit on the occasionally on the board when they resolve some disputes and complaints amongst the coaches and referees. So here I am, and I asked for science and tech because at the time I was elected, I saw that energy might be a thing up and coming that we need to work on, and boy, was that an understatement, because that's all we do here now in this committee is virtually. And so it's been very interesting to work in this field and to make sure that we keep having New Hampshire being the best state that it is in the area. So I'm glad to be here, and welcome to talk to anybody about any other matters, particularly travel and cruising. So that's it.
All right, let's hear next from our committee clerk, J.D. Bernardi, and then we'll hear from our ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, J.D. Bernardi, originally grew up in Northwest Minnesota, went to the University of Minnesota and obtained a Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry. Navy paid for my college. I ended up in Groton, Connecticut in the submarine force. And after about a year, we went to overhaul in Portsmouth Naval Shipyard. That's what brought me to New Hampshire, and I stayed ever since. That was back in 1975, for those keeping count of years. So while in the service, our main remit was chasing Ruskies in the North Atlantic. After my tour of active duty in the in submarine force, I did another 21 years reserve duty, but I went to Franklin Pierce Law Center right here, which is now UNH Law, and upon graduation, practiced corporate law and eventually regulatory and quality assurance department head in 7 different pharmaceutical companies, different biotech startups. I have 4 different drugs with my approval on them, or my hand on in their approval, I should say. I was married and had, and now divorced, but have 4 kids. And while living in Southampton, became a member of the Zoning Board of Adjustment, and for the last 10 years I've been on that board. In the last 5, I've been its chair. Upon retiring from full-time working in the pharma industry, I ran for office for the first time, so this is my 3rd term. This is my 2nd term as clerk of this committee. And hobby-wise, I'm an avid historian, as well as gardener, horticulturist, and interested in genealogy.
Thank you. Representative McGee is next, and then we'll hear from Representative Corman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I don't know where to begin. I wasn't expecting to give you my life story this morning. I'm Representative Kat McGee. I am entering my 4th term on Science, Technology, and Energy. I serve from Hillsborough 35, which is Hollis. I moved to Hollis for the schools in 2005, but I'll start back at the beginning. I was a Navy brat. I was born in the Newport Naval Hospital. My dad was a 20-year Navy man. We lived in Navy housing in Newport. And when he retired, when I was 5 years old, we got one move on the service, and my grandmother, my paternal grandmother, lived in Boston. So we moved to Boston. So I was educated in the Boston Public Schools. I got a great education. I got a lot of opportunities. That was a time when there were many opportunities coming out of they were very creative and innovative in the Boston Public Schools. So I ended up in a public college prep program for high potential students in the city of Boston. And I got to attend UMass Boston while I was still a senior. And then I launched from there to school over in England because my mom was British and it just happened. So I was a person who worked from a very young age. So I always worked and went to school, seemed like for a very, very long time. I eventually earned a master's of education with an emphasis in psychology. And I went into business. I worked in a law firm initially while I was in grad school. And then I transferred over after having gotten married to John Hancock Financial, where I spent the bulk of my career. And I moved around within the organization. I spent 15 years in the technology training department, which was where I started managing enterprise-wide projects for the technology workforce and for the company as a whole in terms of training. So that was really a proving ground where I started learning skills that were more applicable to the 21st century. So I was lucky that I made that leap from business skills over to the technology world and an understanding of technology. I was also divorced. I had one child at the time. I was on my own for a while, and that was fine. But then I met my current husband 25 years ago, and because I'm old, and and we've been married for 20 years. He had 3 children, so we have 3 grown children between 4 grown children between us, and 9 grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild. When I moved up to Hollis, New Hampshire, one of the things that happened early on after I took a job at Skillsoft in the program office as a program manager for software engineering globally, had a number of international teams there. was there for 7 years. And then my husband sold his company and he invited me to no longer work for the man. He said, if you want to go do some work that you would like to do, you can do that. So that is what I did. It took a little while to figure out what I wanted to do. And I first ran in 2012. I ran in 2014 and 2016 unsuccessfully. And in that time, there was a pipeline project that was coming through northern Mass with a spur through that was going to bifurcate my town. And of course, many people that had received notes saying their land was going to be affected were upset about that. And I stepped forward to try and get more informed on that issue. And I ended up being asked by the town to chair a task force to look at the RSAs that could potentially act as protections for the town. So that turned into a wonderful project with a bunch of great people, which towards the end of us working a number of different angles on trying to interact with the state, resulted in a change in the plan where Hollis was no longer part of the plan. They moved up into southern New Hampshire and were affecting then 17 towns, but skirting ours. And so I moved on to the National Regional Planning Commission's Energy Facility Advisory Committee. And as I don't know if Mike Lacotte is still here at the time, he was with Liberty. That's the first time I got to know him in a room. But I started to study the regional energy landscape. And my connection in wanting to be on this committee is that I understood that energy is complex, and the ability to speak about it clearly and also make sure that we made good decisions, because they can be very costly decisions if we don't make good decisions. That was the work that I wanted to do, and that's the work I've been attempting to do since I've been here.
Thank you. Representative Corman is up next, and then Representative Notter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tom Corman. I represent Grafton 15, which is Ward 3 of the City of Lebanon. This is my second term in the House. I'm serving as the deputy ranking member on this committee. I grew up in Oceanside, New York, went to Oceanside High School, got a BSc in electrical engineering and computer science from Princeton, and then an SM and PhD in the same from MIT. While I was at MIT, I got involved in a project of writing a textbook with two MIT professors, one of whom is actually a Turing Award winner, which is like the Nobel of Computer Science. This book is called Introduction to Algorithms. It's currently in its 4th edition and has sold over 1 million copies worldwide. So that's been pretty cool. And actually a fun fact, because of the book, I was actually once a clue on Jeopardy. After escaping from MIT after 8 years, I got a job at Dartmouth as a computer science professor, moved to the Upper Valley in 1992 and to Lebanon in 1993 with my wife, Nicole, and rose through the ranks, became a full professor. I was that rare full professor who actually wanted to teach the introductory courses, and I loved teaching the introductory courses. I'm still friends with many of the students who took those courses from me, many of whom were not ultimately computer science majors, but I just got to be friends with them. I also directed the Dartmouth College writing program for the first 4 years of the program, so I have very strong views on writing. I retired from Dartmouth 3 years ago. I was working with a nonprofit in White River Junction called Cover Home Repair, and there was an opening for the House in Lebanon, Ward 3. Senator Sue Prentice recruited me. I ran, and I won, and now I'm in my second term. Unfortunately, my wife passed away in 2015, and she really, she did a lot for the city of Lebanon, serving on various committees and 7 years on the city council. And she really inspired my interest in doing public service. So once I was recruited, I decided, yes, this is something I want to do. With my tech background, I thought I'd be a natural fit for this committee. Little did I realize that this is really the Energy Committee. So I've had to learn a lot about energy, which I've really enjoyed doing. And I know I've made progress because I went from I don't know what I don't know to now I know what I don't know.
Thank you, Representative. Next up is Representative Janine Nodder, and after that, we will, Representative Michael Harrington, who is also a member of this committee, and a senior member of this committee, is not here. He's actually on vacation. Nobody should feel sorry for him. But after that, we'll go to, I think, Representative Partial.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Janine. I'm from California originally. I'm the youngest of 6 kids, and then I have 6 kids. So I've been busy, very busy life. Got married in 1985, and we moved here in 1998. So after thinking about that, I guess I'll have to say we were 5 at the time, 5 years old, just to do the math. I first ran for office in 2010 when Governor Sununu, the dad, asked me to run. And I'm like, me? Run? Like, okay. I was the majority whip for 2 terms. Prior to that, I did the same job but had a different title. I was Deputy Republican Floor Leader. This term, I'm the Assistant Majority Leader. It's a new job and a lot more work. Looking forward to it, though. It keeps me very busy. I'm the task force chair for communications and technology with the American Legislators Exchange Council. So we do a lot with tech. I don't understand all of it, but it's okay because when you're running a meeting, you don't really have to know. You just have to know how to run a meeting, and we'll hear from you. We'll hear from you, which you know well. I don't really like to talk too much about myself, so I run 12 marathons and 13 half marathons officially. Did a lot of unofficial marathons, but I didn't get medals for those. I'm a history geek, and I have lots of hobbies, but my favorite thing in the world are the 4 little grandbabies that we have that are ages 3 and under.
That's a wonderful thing to be proud of. All right, Representative Partial's up next, and then we'll have Representative Ploget.
Yes, I'm Lucius Partial from Marlborough, New Hampshire. It's my 3rd term here. I moved up here about 30 years ago, a prisoner of love. Since then, we've raised 2 semi-adult children. My degrees, I have a degree in audio engineering, a couple degrees in music, a master's in business from SUNY Binghamton. Most of my life is spent in New York State, part of that in New York City, where I worked in arts administration. For the last 20 years, I've been a music teacher. In teaching in public school and being around young children is just probably the best thing I ever did in my life. Being around people that just listened and didn't actually listen to respond or to, listen out of curiosity, all the things that I truly value myself. And so after retiring in 2020, I figured the best way I could continue my commitment to them would be to serve in public office. And climate change is one of my large concerns. That's what brings me here. I cook for relaxation. I play guitar, various styles. I just joined a jazz guitar ensemble. I host a monthly sea shanty sing. Those my tastes are diverse. And I guess when it comes to listening, my preference would probably be, as my students used to say, listen to music by dead people. So I guess, the classics. So I guess that covers it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ploget up next, and then Representative Wendy Thomas after that.
Thank you. Yes, Tom Ploget, I represent Belknap 1. That's New Hampton and Center Harbor. Came up to New Hampshire backpacking in my 20s and teens, Adirondacks also, and in the Green Mountains in Vermont. So upper New England was where I spent my youth, spare time. I raised 4 kids, retired early, so retired to New Hampshire in 2008. I've been EMS for 43 years till I aged out, and that was volunteer. And I was asked to run to fill in a a vacant seat, and I've been here in science and tech also for 3 terms. Thank you.
Okay, up next is Wendy Thomas, followed by Representative Summers.
Thank you. I am Wendy Thomas, no relation to Doug Thomas. We'll just get that right out there right now. I represent the town of Merrimack, which is Hillsborough 12. I've raised all 6 of my children in Merrimack, and this is my 3rd term. My first term I was on resources, and the last term I was on this committee, and I continue being on this committee. Just an interesting point of fact, because a lot of people are talking about genealogy, a member of my family assassinated Alexander Hamilton, to which we still apologize. My work experience, I started off as a clinical microbiologist, and then I moved to installing computer systems in hospitals. Then I moved up to New Hampshire, became a tech writer, moved into course developer, and ultimately worked as an instructional designer for Digital Equipment Corporation, HP, and Compaq. I have also worked as a journalist, and I have taught undergraduate and graduate classes in writing and professional writing. And I am a BPI certified building analyst. So the areas that I tend to concentrate in are PFAS. I'm one of the water warriors out of Merrimack that has been fighting our PFAS problem from an industrial polluter, Saint-Gobain. Cannabis, renewables, climate, and healthcare. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Summers up next, and then Representative Reynolds.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. James Summers. Just you can call me Jim. I represent Rockingham District 20. That is Plaistow, Newton, and Southampton. This is my 3rd term at the House, and I've spent all 3 terms here on Science, Tech, and Energy, non-concurrently. 2010 to 2012 was my first one. I moved up here from Texas in 25 years ago. So every once in a while you'll hear y'all or all y'all, and that's just me still. I'm never will lose it. As far as my job, I've spent the last 30 years in the IT sector. Last 6, I've founded and CEO of my own IT network engineering company. Education-wise, so I have I got my doctorate from Liberty University. I'm currently halfway through, and I'll actually finish this May with my Juris Master in American Legal Studies and Constitutional Law from Liberty as well. I have my Corporate Innovation degree, master's degree from Penn State University, and a grad certificate from MIT in cybersecurity. So with my background, I found it important for this committee, for IT, telecommunications, but also before all the schooling, I spent 5 years in the military as a nuclear engineer on submarines. So nuclear energy, especially small scale nuclear energy, is important to me. And my hobbies, currently I have little time. I coached football for 25 years here in New Hampshire, middle school and high school. Around the state, and I golf when I can. I'm also an adjunct professor for Liberty University and Belhaven University, and this is my first year as a doctoral chair there as well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Reynolds is up next, and then we'll have Representative Berezny, who I lost track of because he's way down there.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Ned Reynolds. I represent Portsmouth. Seat is Rockingham 39, a flotarial district, so I represent 3/5 of the city of Portsmouth. I moved to Portsmouth in 2001 and got involved in local affairs pretty quickly and ended up serving a few terms on the city council. But I'm not, so obviously not from Portsmouth. I grew up in Western Massachusetts, West Springfield. From there, I went to the U.S. Coast Guard Academy, where I graduated from in 1986. My degree, bachelor's in government. So anyway, graduated, went to a ship in Portland, out of Portland, Maine for 2 years. From there, Washington, D.C., where I was on the Congressional Affairs staff at the time of the Exxon Valdez. I was deployed to the scene of the Exxon Valdez, and that made a big impression on me. And so after one more active duty station out in San Francisco doing work on oil spill prevention and response preparedness, I left active duty, stayed in the Coast Guard Reserves, but went to the now called the Harvard Kennedy School of Government and got a master's in public policy. And from there started a 25-year career in the field of energy efficiency and renewable energy. First working for, well, I was hired by the Lawrence Berkeley Lab, but to be embedded at the EPA in Washington, working on the Energy Star program when it was almost brand new back in 1996. And after 5 years there in DC, having got married and now had on the verge of our second child arriving, we took a chance to come back, for me, back to New England. And that's when I moved to Portsmouth, worked for a few environmental energy nonprofit organizations in succession, including the Union of Concerned Scientists, where I worked. I was the Northeast Climate Policy Coordinator and worked on getting the Northeast states to adopt and then properly implement RGGI, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. And then in 2011, well, I did a little stint in between the nonprofit sector with my growing family, needing to make a little more money. So tried to transition over to the business side of things, but worked for about 1.5 years with Unitil. But then was hired by Johnson Controls and worked deploying multifaceted energy efficiency and renewable energy projects for school districts and municipalities and counties, including Merrimack County, where we helped convert the boiler system up in Bosco into wood chips and did a lot of energy efficiency work in all the buildings. And then after Johnson Controls, worked 3.5 years for Revision Energy as a commercial sales, commercial solar systems. So I'm a big believer in obviously energy efficiency and solar, renewable energy technologies. So obvious choice, my choice was this committee. But I no longer do that work since deciding to run for the legislature. I now own and operate in my spare time a bicycle touring company running multi-day bike tours in places around the country. I have a group down in Florida Keys right now, where I wish I was, but I'm not. And that's me. I have those 3 children, and I guess my hobbies, I like to swim and bike and run. So occasionally I do a little triathlon just to put them all together. It's just a little sprint triathlon every now and then. I play men's league hockey in the winter and men's league baseball in the summer and do a little woodworking. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Representative Berezhny, followed by Representative Kaplan.
I'm Representative Lex Berezhny. I represent Grafton District 11, which is the towns of Grafton, Alexandria, Hebron, and Groton. I moved up to, I was born in Ukraine, and my parents immigrated with me to the U.S. when I was 7. I finished middle school and high school in Arlington, Virginia. When I was in high school, I started working in the software industry. And actually, my senior year of high school was when the 9/11 happened, and one of our biggest contractors where I was at the company I was working was in one of the towers. So a week after that, I lost my job, and then it was just school after that. Then I got hired at a different company also in Arlington, Virginia, where I worked for 10 years, working on projects for USAID. I worked on the project management system and then a credit management system for USAID. In 2006, I moved to Grafton, where I've lived ever since then. I joined the fire department in 2007. I've been on the department since then, currently serving as secretary. I have 2 daughters. This is my third term and also my third term on this committee. And when I originally was looking through the committee list of which committee to join, this one had technology in it. And I thought that, well, maybe I have some relevant background on that. I quickly learned that it was, as Representative Corman said, it's energy, energy, and energy. And that's it for me.
Representative Kaplan is next, and then we'll start with our new members. We'll start with Representative Mattson.
Yeah, hi, good morning. Representative Tony Kaplan, representing Merrimack 8, the towns of Henniker, Bradford, and Warner. Sorry I was a little bit late, Chair, but here I am. So I was born in Venezuela, actually, to American parents, working overseas. Grew up there till I was about 12. Went to high school in Connecticut, graduated from Yale with a bachelor's in American Studies. I went into journalism at that point. I worked for Wire Services, United Press International in Mexico City, Central America, the Associated Press in London on the financial desk. At some point, my wife and I decided to transition our careers, and I went into nonprofit activism. I was the climate change campaigner for Friends of the Earth Ireland for about 3 years. We managed to change the trajectory of that country's climate change plans and get them more in line with trying to make a clean energy transition instead of trying to grow their carbon dioxide emissions, which they were allowed to do under the EU rules at that point because they were one of the poorer countries in Europe. We came back to the States, my wife and I, in 1990, and I got a job as a public school teacher. I taught high school Spanish for about 20 years. Also got involved with the Henniker Energy Committee in my town and started that up in 2006. Did the Henniker Energy Committee for a number of years, got involved with the Henniker Democratic Committee, and then was asked to run for office as a state representative, which I was happy to do. And wanted to serve on the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee because of my background with energy issues. And so that's about it for me. Happy to be here. Going on my third term.
Thank you, Representative Kaplan. For those of you sitting in the audience and watching at home, we have a presentation scheduled by the Department of Energy. It was originally scheduled to start at 10 o'clock. We're running a few minutes late here. I just want everybody to know that we'll start as soon as we finish our committee introductions. Next up is Representative Mattson, a new member of the committee, and that will be followed by Representative LaRochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Rita Mattson. I live in Dublin. I've been in New Hampshire for 61 years so far. I'm planning on staying here forever. My introduction to my career path was in junior high school when I had an argument with the powers that be that females can also take shop. My argument was the guys can take home ec, I can take shop. And so I was the first female to have the shop class, and it started me on my path. I've been a plumber, I've been a builder. My favorite is my industrial mechanic background. And my husband and my son both worked my husband's retired for Eversource, which is my interest in the energy field. I know a lot about transmission stuff, all the powers that, how they maintain lines, and I have a good grip on it. So that's why this committee is my choice. So my hobbies, I like riding motorcycles. I build doll houses. I paint. I have one daughter and 2 grandchildren, and that's about it. Oh, I live in Dublin.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Representative LaRochelle, followed by Representative Schellner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm John LaRochelle, and I represent Stratford 19, which is 5/6 of Rochester. I was actually born and raised in Rochester, as my parents were. I got my undergraduate degree in chemistry from the University of New Hampshire. I started my graduate degree at Iowa State University in analytical chemistry, but that was interrupted by being drafted. So I got to be a combat infantryman with specialty in jungle warfare, but fortunately I was sent to Germany. After that 2-year stint, I went back and got my graduate degree at Iowa State University. I spent 4 years teaching at small colleges at Hamline University for 1 year, St. John's University for 3 years, and discovered I couldn't really raise a family on that pay. So I joined the DuPont company and worked for DuPont for 20 years till they downsized me, mainly working in the support of discovery, registration, and manufacturing of pesticides. I was downsized and was living in Delaware. I have 3 children from my first wife. We're divorced. And I came back to Rochester to marry my second wife, Gloria, who unfortunately passed away 11 years ago. So I became interested in public service because I felt so fortunate to grow up in Rochester with a sound education and a safe environment. I felt privileged. And so I became interested in public service, and that's one of my interests. And I've been a science geek since 3rd grade, so science and technology are a continuing interest. I've discovered a love of history. And so I applied for this committee and feel fortunate that I got here. And I'm looking forward to learning a lot from you all. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. Representative Schneller is up next. It's going to take me a while to get that right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is John Schneller. I'm from Bedford, represent Bedford. I've served on the school board in Bedford, also on the town council, was asked to run for state rep a number of times. This time was successful. And happy to serve. As the chairman pointed out, I'm a freshman. 100% of my legislative career has been spent on this committee, all of a month. And I've enjoyed every minute of it so far. Let's see, I went to high school in Massachusetts. I have a BA in history from UMass Amherst, a master's in public administration from Suffolk University in Boston, and an MBA from Cornell. The vast majority of my career was on Wall Street, but over the past 10 or 12 years, I've served as chief financial officer of technology companies, a healthcare tech company. I'm presently the CFO and a partner at a emerging growth fintech company. So I'm heavily involved in technology where we try and improve liquidity solutions of mid-sized businesses across the USMCA Alliance, Trade Alliance. Personally, so I also publish an agricultural technology piece bi-monthly, and there's a fairly strong convergence between agriculture and energy. So that's where I developed my interest in energy and look forward to immersing myself in that. Personally, I still serve or work with the Bedford Men's Club. So I tell my constituents, if I haven't sold you a Christmas tree, I've cooked you a hamburger. And that's been very enjoyable. I also have been a lacrosse coach at Bishop Girton, still am, and have done that for the past 4 or 5 years. Played lacrosse my whole life and love that sport. That's pretty much my background, and I appreciate it and look forward to serving. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we get to our last new member, I'll apologize to the Department of Energy for not starting you guys right at 10 o'clock, but offer you the opportunity to come up if you have any slides to show us and connect to the audiovisual system while we hear from the final new representative, Representative Swanson. And welcome to the committee. Looking forward to meeting you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dale Swanson, Nashua Ward 1, just south of Nashua Airport. As mentioned, this is my first term. It is kind of exciting to be here. And you may hear me repeat that very often and try to keep the positive buzz going. I grew up in Minnesota, and I always wanted to fly. And so I worked hard in high school and worked at a job and got my pilot's license at the age of 18, just before going off to school. And I applied to the Air Force Academy. I also applied to the Coast Guard Academy, which rejected me. But did get into the Air Force Academy. They would take my eyesight. I was qualified to be a navigator. So I graduated from the Air Force Academy with a degree in astronautical engineering. And then went into the Air Force operationally and got qualified in the right seat at the F-111 swing wing fighter. Excuse me. Spent 6 years in England operationally, flying around the countries of NATO, and a very exciting time when East Germany and East Berlin still existed, and there were people trying to shoot you down if you came too close. And moved on to the electronic warfare F-111 and went to Idaho, and then got transferred to the stealth fighter program in Nevada, and deployed shortly after that to Saudi Arabia in support of Desert Storm. In 1990, actually it was Desert Shield, then Desert Storm, and I planned missions for the stealth fighter during that time frame I was there. I returned to stateside from 91 to 93, worked as a test director for that program, the stealth fighter program, in the ranges of the western United States, but got out of the Air Force in 1993 and joined a company, a tech company down in Bedford, Massachusetts, and worked there. I should note that I always had a passion for computers and got my master's in computer science it was 1995, and became a systems engineer on mission planning systems for supporting the Air Force for the MITRE Corporation, and then moved over to weather systems, and then over to became project manager and a MITRE project leader, and also came to lead a group of engineers, excuse me, on Air Force weather systems. That was my latest job with them in Massachusetts, and but decided it was time to retire after more than 2 decades with them. And we were living in Maryland at the time. We had spent 18 years in Hudson, New Hampshire. Had moved to Maryland for 11 years and wanted to come back to New England because of the children. 2 of our sons and their families and our 4 grandchildren were living in this area. So we decided we would really like to get back here. But now that we moved here, decided that even though I've told people I don't have time to work, I'm retired, I have, I decided I would run for election, and some people encouraged me, and this has been a great experience. And I'm doing a lot of things I love. And a new community that I'm really enjoying is the community of people who are in service of the state, in public service. And that is, even though I was in the military, I didn't feel that well connected with the citizens or directly with the public. So this has been a great experience. I love the things I can do around here. I like scuba diving when I can, but a lot of bicycling, swimming, and running with the kids. My oldest grandson now is getting into cross country, so that is really exciting right there. So it's great to be here. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you and welcome to the committee. You'll want to touch base with Representative Harrington when he returns from vacation. He's probably scuba diving right now. All right. Well, thank you all for the introductions. Did you have something, Representative Partial?
Very quick question for our vice chair who was going to speak about technology a little bit. I liked your common sense approach. We are going to turn cell phones off as well, right?
Highly recommend you turn cell phones off, yes.
Thank you.
That's why they have a silent mode. But the visual works if you need to really see something of importance.
Okay.
I might add, for those to clarify, Representative Thomas, Vice Chair Thomas, any confusion, I am the taller one.
Yes, we'll keep that at.
I'm a little cuter, though.
We'll keep both of those ideas close to our chest here. All right. I'd like to invite the Department of Energy to come forward to give us a presentation. The next 2 hours we will devote to the department if necessary. They're going to give us a presentation first, and then we will open the floor to the committee to ask questions of the committee. Before they start, 2 more housekeeping things. The seating arrangement for this morning's meeting was kind of impromptu. I have not had a chance to work with the ranking member to see if this is the final seating arrangement we want or not. If anybody has any issues, please talk to your caucus leader and we'll discuss whether or not to make any seating changes. The last important piece of information for all committee members is if you want to know what's happening with this committee, consult the House calendar on a regular basis, either weekly or daily. All meetings that we hold for this committee will be scheduled in the House calendar. And with that, I'd now like to welcome the Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Energy to tell us what is it the heck that you guys do?
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the opportunity to present today. My name is Jared Chicoine. I'm the Commissioner of the New Hampshire Department of Energy, and I'm joined today by Deputy Commissioner Chris Elms. In past years, we've had the opportunity to present, and it's been pretty lengthy presentations. I think at one point, maybe last time at the beginning of the new term, we took up about half a day. But the chairman has asked us to sort of move things along and maybe a little more of a high level presentation for you today. With that said, though, if there are particular topics of interest to you as an individual, maybe groups of the committee, we'd be happy to meet with you separately and talk about those and bring in the appropriate staff to discuss those issues. So please don't feel like today is your only opportunity. We'd love to meet with all of you if that's what you'd like and go through that. And if you would like that opportunity, Meg Stone, who's with us today, and I think some of you may know Meg from her time working here at the House. Meg, do we need something?
Yeah, is there another copy of the presentation materials?
There should be a copy for, yes, I think we brought plenty.
Thank you.
That's Meg for everybody, if you don't know her.
And please reach out to Meg if you'd like to meet with us on any particular issue. We can get that scheduled. And also I would add that if you're new to the committee, we typically, the department will send staff to most hearings, if not all. So you see us here, we'll be present and able to answer questions when they arise. So let's get to it. So slide 2, the Department of Energy is one of the newest state agencies. I was corrected recently that we're not the newest. I've been saying that for a while, but I think we're the newest commissioner-led state agency. Commissioner Arlinghouse corrected me on that recently. So I just want to be clear. We're one of the newest agencies and probably the newest agency led by a commissioner. We were created in the budget in 2021. And what that did is it created the department. As part of that, the Office of Strategic Initiatives, which was the governor's energy office, was dissolved. Those functions came to the new department. The PUC still exists as a much smaller entity that's focused on their role as adjudicators of utility rate matters. And the DOE was created in part for greater executive branch input into energy policy while allowing the PUC to remain independent. We have about 78 full-time employees, about another dozen or so that are full-time temporary or part-time employees, so about 90 total. Despite our relatively small size, we have a big and diverse mission, as you'll see. We'll discuss some of that here in a bit. And you can also see on slide 2 our mission statement, if that's helpful. Moving on to slide 3. The Department of Energy has 2 agencies administratively attached to it: the Public Utilities Commission and the Office of the Consumer Advocate. The state's Site Evaluation Committee is attached to the PUC, so kind of like one of those Russian nesting dolls. So the administrative attachment really only applies to back office functions, such as helping to manage the agency budgets and things like that. We don't get involved in their decision making in any way. We just are there to help them with sort of the administrative support that they need. The Department of Energy consists of the Commissioner's Office and 4 divisions. The Policy and Program Division is led by Josh Elliott, who's here today. You'll hear from him in a little bit, as I believe you've asked for a deeper dive into the RPS. So you'll hear from Josh soon. The DOE has a statutory role as a policy agency and is directed to maintain New Hampshire's 10-year state energy strategy. The department is also active at the legislature to provide technical support, as well as to provide the executive branch perspective on legislation as directed by the governor. DOE's Consumer Services team helps mediate disputes between consumers and utility companies. And I would just add here that if you have a constituent who needs support with an issue with the utility, please send them our way. Our team is happy to help. We oversee assistance programs like the Fuel Assistance Program, the Electric Assistance Program, and the Gas Program and Weatherization Assistance Program. We have grants and rebates team with staff who manage programs associated with federal funding and state renewable energy funds. The division also oversees the Office of Offshore Wind Development and Energy Innovation. We have an enforcement division, which is led by our director, Mike Susi, who was recently confirmed to that position. DOE enforces federal and state laws related to utility pipeline safety, electrical safety, underground damage prevention, you might know as DigSafe. Enforcement includes DOE's utility auditors who check the reliability of utility books, records, and filings, and their role is very important, for instance, in a utility rate case in developing our position. DOE monitors and enforces compliance with siting certificates issued by the SEC, and the staff is also dedicated to reviewing the utility's cybersecurity plans. DOE is often called upon to assist in state emergency preparedness and response related to energy issues. So if there's a major winter storm where there are many thousands of outages statewide, members of our team will go to the Emergency Operations Center and assist the Homeland Security Emergency Management Agency with their role during those storms. Our regulatory division is led by Director Amanda Noonan, who's here today. The regulatory team reviews and analyzes utility filings before the PUC, helps build the record on which the PUC makes decisions, and advocates for the public interest and makes recommendations to the PUC. Regulated entities at the PUC broadly fall into 3 industries: electric, gas, water, and sewer. The regulatory division also has a unit focused on sustainability, who in addition to analytical work, administer our state's renewable portfolio standard and our group net metering program. DOE regulatory staff are generally assigned to one industry, although there's often crossover on dockets amongst staff. Outside of PUC dockets, regulatory analysts are heavily involved in DOE proceedings, investigations, rulemakings, etc., and often provide expert level support to other staff, such as those working with legislators. There's a lot of work to go around for a very small team. We have a division of administration, which is led by Director Rory Patterson, and that includes staff who primarily support other teams within the department and includes the business office and DOE's regulatory attorneys. Business office functions include managing the agency budget, preparing and collecting the utility assessment, and providing operational support to DOE staff, as well as the attached agencies. Division staff lead on state contracting on the state contracting process, as well as assisting with financial management and compliance with federal programs. DOE attorneys primarily work with regulatory staff in adjudicated PUC proceedings and conduct DOE proceedings. In addition to the above division-specific roles, we have the responsibility to represent New Hampshire in regional electricity issues as a representative at the New England States Committee on Electricity. The department is active in discussion and negotiation at the regional level, and as you'll hear later, we have a very different perspective than our neighbors. We're also often tasked by the legislature and the governor with projects, investigations, and proceedings, and we'll talk a little bit more about that shortly. Slide 4. I know we said we're going to keep things high level, but we do want to touch on just a couple of educational pieces that I think would be helpful. A lot of what we're going to discuss in the next few slides will be in the context of electricity, which tends to be the most prevalent and has been one of the most interest of the legislature. Here's a diagram that ISO New England has used to give a high-level perspective on the electricity grid. Again, this is high level. I know you're hearing from ISO New England maybe tomorrow or the next day, so we won't get too much into this. But as you can see, we have generators, transmission infrastructure, and distribution infrastructure that is necessary to produce and deliver electricity to the homes of consumers. Slide 5. This slide essentially says what goes into an electric bill and provides a high-level information on the types of costs that ratepayers have to pay for and where those costs are created and regulated. Distribution costs for customers of New Hampshire's investor-owned utilities are regulated by the PUC. Utilities seek to recover their costs and reasonable returns on their investment through electric rates. Those rates are reviewed by the Department of Energy and the OCA, who make recommendations to the PUC, who has to determine whether the rates are just, reasonable, and in the public interest. Transmission costs are regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. The department weighs in mostly through the New England States Committee on Electricity in regional discussions in issues before FERC. Supply costs are associated with the purchase of electricity that consumers use. With the deregulation of New Hampshire's electricity market, utilities cannot profit off of supply, and customers have the option to use other suppliers. Utilities provide the default service supply, which what other states call last resort service or basic service. The PUC sets the framework for utilities to procure default service, and their solicitations are reviewed by the DOE. And then finally, there are costs paid by ratepayers that are not those that are strictly necessary for the provision of electric service. These can be wide-ranging, from things like energy efficiency to renewable subsidies to the Electric Assistance Program. Public policy costs are currently a huge topic of conversation in Connecticut, where they've seen high costs associated with their nuclear purchase power agreements, offshore wind, and other things like a moratorium on utility disconnections. Next slide, slide 6. This slide looks at the various costs you might see on your electric bill as an Eversource customer. It's really just to give you a nice visual representation of the various charges and costs that customers are responsible for. And then moving on to slide 7. This slide looks at a comparison of electric rates. We're looking at Eversource rates for the states where Eversource does business as a nice comparison. Okay, at this point, I'll turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Eltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's really great to see a lot of you and nice to meet some of you. I know we have not a lot of time, so I'll just go through this as quickly as I can. We did select some sort of PUC proceedings just to kind of give you a view on some of the complex and diverse responsibilities that our regulatory folks have. I'll admit, sort of my goal here is just to show, a lot of the things we have on our plate with a small staff, and just as a helpful context as you guys are considering legislation. We hope you'll consider sort of what goes into administering and investigating a lot of those things, because frankly, we're all always willing to look into something with direction, but we do have to prioritize based on the resources that we have available to us. So here are a list of some of the high important high level important proceedings. Rate cases tend to be the bread and butter of what, our regulatory division are looking at. That's how we're, looking at those, broad-based distribution rates that folks are going to be paying. We've also been given responsibility by the governor and by the legislature, a number of investigations, proceedings, and projects. And I think some of you are familiar and have seen bills related to these topics in previous legislative sessions. Jared did touch on many of the responsibilities of the policy and programs division. Here are some of them. I just wanted you to have something, down. It tends to be the division where we hear a lot from legislators, oftentimes in a policy context and in other cases through constituent inquiries or anything like that. So here are just some of the things that we're working on, if that helps look towards questions at the end of this presentation. Where I wanted to spend most of my time was on regional electric issues, because that is an area that doesn't come up as much in legislation, due in large part to where the regulatory responsibilities lie, but it does provide important context, I think, to you as legislators, as you're making your policy decisions when it comes to electricity. So, as many of us know, New Hampshire is part of the grid that's operated by ISO New England. We are a small part of that grid. About 10% of the regional load is the responsibility of New Hampshire. Because we're such a small part of that load, we have to work closely with our neighbors, and a lot of that involves cooperation, negotiation, collaboration, and sometimes disagreement, and maybe sometimes is an understatement. We do share a lot of dynamics with our neighbors, but those differences really come about when you're looking at a lot of the public policy decisions that we have to make. All of our neighbors in New England are very focused on decarbonization, on prioritizing low or zero carbon resources. And their goal is to influence our resource mix to reflect their goals. New Hampshire's policy positioning has been to prioritize costs and reliability. We don't have decarbonization goals in New Hampshire. And so that leads to circumstances where sometimes our goals are not aligned with the rest of the region. The New Hampshire legislature has charged the Department of Energy in our regional discussions with, let's see, the responsibility to guard against the cost shifting of other states' policies to our ratepayers. I didn't have the exact statutory language down here, but you can see it in RSA 374F:8. Our focus has been on market efficiency, technology neutrality, reliability, and affordability, and you'll see those goals reflected in the current iteration of our 10-year state energy strategy. This slide just illustrates some of the clean energy goals that our neighbors have. It might be a little out of date, I think, with a state or two. I can't remember if this reflects Vermont's recent changes. But if you look at these and you say, well, geez, these must be hard goals to meet. You're right. And I know you're going to hear from ISO New England. I don't know if they're going to bring this up, but they recently released a document called Economic Planning for the Clean Energy Transition. And this is a report that's designed to look at the statutory clean energy goals of the New England states and try to envision the system that's going to be necessary to meet those goals by 2050. And what they found, it doesn't give me a warm fuzzy feeling. I don't know how it'll land with you. But really what the report says is that if it's possible to meet these goals, it's going to be expensive, it's going to be incredibly inefficient, and there are going to be difficulties associated with meeting our reliability needs. So to give you an example of the scale of the issue and sort of the inefficiency that we're facing, results of the modeling in the report show that the New England system, if we're going to continue on a strategy that relies on wind, solar, and batteries, is going to need 97 gigawatts of total new renewable capacity by 2050 to achieve our state goals. That's about 18 times the current combined capacity of wind, solar, and batteries that we have on the system today, and we're going to have to achieve that in 25 years. So because of seasonal and weather-related variations under this modeling, in 2045, a new resource would be expected to run less than 10% of the year. The report states that, quote, some resources needed to maintain reliability during the harshest conditions may only run once every few years. The report points to a wide variation in what's going to be needed for reliability between mild and harsh winter conditions. So we're talking about having to build out several gigawatts of electricity that will never run in most winter conditions, or will run fewer than 1% of the hours of the year. So there are a lot of people who are working really, really hard on these issues. I don't want to be too dire looking at these things, but there are concerns looking forward. We do spend a lot of time analyzing these issues, working with our neighbors. But I hope you take from it some of the context that we're looking at regionally, because I think New Hampshire has taken a goals-oriented policy approach that I think is beneficial to our positioning regionally, and we hope you continue on that trajectory. On the regional discussions, it's worth touching on transmission costs, which represent a very significant part of the bill, about 30% of wholesale market costs. Specifically, I want to talk about a class of projects called asset conditioning projects. I think many of you folks may have had discussions and meetings about this topic, but asset condition projects are those that are nominally meant to replace old, obsolete, or damaged infrastructure. And obviously that's an important function, right? And maintaining our reliability is priority number one. But the issue is that the spending on these projects is basically free of regulatory oversight. The spending has been substantial, and there are real questions as to whether or not they are necessary to the extent that they have been undertaken or planned to be undertaken. And so this is a tremendous amount of money. New Hampshire ratepayers are going to be on the hook for about 10% of the $5.4 billion in spending that's projected to happen by 2030. It's an issue that needs to be addressed, whether it's at the state, regional, or national level. And the fact that there's currently no easy regulation of these costs is a true difficulty and has the potential to be costly for New Hampshire ratepayers. And then I wanted to wrap up my part of the discussion on winter reliability issues. Obviously winter is the time where we want to maintain our reliability, right? When the power goes out and there's no way to heat your home, you can risk real significant health and economic outcomes for the people in New Hampshire. Winter reliability issues are distinct from those in the summer. In the summer, you're more likely to see issues that are shorter in duration and are related to an acute issue like a generator going offline or an issue with transmission infrastructure or even the forecasted load. In winter, the issues are different. And that's where we see our gas pipeline constraints really come into effect. Gas capacity gets eaten up by home heating load, and that consequently limits the availability of natural gas for electric generation. And so that's when you start to see significant price hikes, and our system moves over to rely on oil for electric generation. Now that's both expensive, and oil is also a stored fuel. So if you have significant periods of time where you're relying on oil, using up that stored fuel, you risk situations where if resupply is difficult or impossible, and we're running short on capacity, we will see shortfalls in capacity, and that's both expensive and likely to lead to longer term sustained problems, which could be weeks long. Now, our current resource mix looks ready to meet the needs through 2032. It depends really on which projections you're looking at, but the region does need to find long-term solutions that balance supply and demand and encourage investment that improve winter performance. So, Mr. Chairman, you did ask us to talk about the renewable portfolio standards, so I'm going to invite our Policy and Programs Director, Josh Elliott, to come up and discuss the RPS, and then we can get to questions.
Well, I was thinking that in order to avoid the problem of musical chairs, maybe we should ask a few questions of you gentlemen first before we move to the RPS discussion. Would that be agreeable to you? And does the committee think that's a good idea?
That's fine with us. I think we reserve the right to call in pinch hitters if we're diving deep into a specific topic where we have somebody who might be able to provide you the best answer.
Understood. Just trying to keep chair exchanges to a minimum. Questions for these two gentlemen. Representative Kaplan has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for coming to give us your report this morning. You mentioned that New Hampshire has a goal-oriented approach in difference with our neighboring states. So I wanted to hear more about New Hampshire's goal-oriented approach and how that relates to the scenario that you envision in order to meet our long-term demand, as opposed to the clean energy transition that is outlined in the ISO report.
Sure, that's a great question, and I think it really ties into a technology neutral approach, or what some folks will call an all of the above energy approach. And what we've argued and what the state energy strategy states is that when you're looking at an energy policy, especially when it relates to a resource or what the resource mix should be, you shouldn't look at trying to promote a resource for the sake of promoting that resource. We should identify the goals, whether they're price, whether they're reliability, whether they're clean energy related, and build that structure so that what we're looking to achieve is that outcome, rather than saying we want to promote, we want more natural gas, we want more solar, we want nuclear, whatever it is, and to identify what do we want our results to be, and then build a system where a market where competition can help to find the most efficient resource at meeting those needs. When we pick winners and losers, I think it's fair to say more often than not, government does not find the optimal solution. And so by building a structure where you are focused on the goal you want to achieve, provided that the goal is not, we want this resource for its own sake, or we're not going to disregard a resource simply by virtue of being that resource, you're going to find more optimal, more efficient outcomes. So it doesn't say don't do clean energy goals. Don't try to find a reliable resource. It means identify what you want and then let the market deliver what's best.
Any additional questions? Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I actually have a two-part question. If I can just jam it in, the first one's probably going to be a short, very quick answer. But the first one being that we know about last term before, we brought up laddering prices. We know that the PUC has had an open docket about looking into laddering electrical rates from the supply side. And where we know New Hampshire Co-op has a laddering, is this docket still remain open with the PUC? And does the Department of Energy have standing in this rate and laddering? That's the first part. Sorry about that. And the second one I have for you is, while you state that New Hampshire has 10% of the load, and with Mystic closing in Massachusetts, what percentage of the power does New Hampshire itself generate of the ISO New England states?
Those are great questions. I will start with the first one. So the PUC does have in the PUC's proceedings related to the procurement of default service electricity. So that's that, last resort electricity. They have been undertaking a more market-based approach towards procuring that electricity. So for a long time, New Hampshire's policy has been for the utilities who don't make a profit under supply at all. They've built a framework for energy supply that involves competitive bidding from competitive electricity suppliers. After looking at data that suggests that there's significant risk premiums associated with those bids, and that there might be opportunities to save ratepayers money by exposing them to directly to the market, they've endeavored to add an increasing amount of that supply, of market-based supply, to the mix. We're still relatively early in that process, but those tranches of electricity that have been procured that have that market exposure we've seen significantly lower rates associated with that. Obviously, there's a lot that goes into moving more towards utility self-supply in relationship to what the utilities have to have on hand to be able to meet whatever needs that come in, risks for major market changes. But I would say we are encouraged by the pricing that we've seen there, which has seen substantial savings over what has historically been seen for competitive supply bids. So, you know, I think laddering is an approach that really, the conversation around laddering, which involves layering those procurements over from several periods of the year and blending that together to bring in more price stability. That conversation really started to get going and gain a lot more traction when we saw electricity prices spike in 2022, mostly in relation to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. You know, what we saw through that process, New Hampshire did not do laddering, right? And our neighbors did. We saw that New Hampshire saw price spikes early. We also saw price reductions much faster than our neighbors did. And when you look at the overall costs, New Hampshire ratepayers paid significantly less than our neighbors who did, you know, pursue laddering. You know, if you look at something, I had this data at one point. I'm sorry, I don't really know it off the top of my head, but it was at 3 years looking back. And if you looked at what our default service ratepayers were paying for default service, it was something like we paid higher than the rest of the region in like 5 of the 36 months, and in the rest we saw savings. So right now, I think the laddering conversation has been put on hold a little bit as we've seen more that return to normal following the invasion. You know, obviously it's a topic of conversation that if that's where folks want to go, you know, that's going to be something we all have to look at. The conversation really has moved more towards looking at that market-based utility self-supply when it comes to, you know, how we want to change our default service procurement. And I'm sorry, I just talked myself out of remembering what your second question was.
Sorry about that. And the second part was with the closing of Mystic down in Massachusetts. While you stated that New Hampshire provides, it takes 10% of the load of electrical rate. What percentage of generation is created in the state of New Hampshire?
I believe it's somewhere between 15 and 20%, but I'll look to 17%.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions, Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for coming here. When Deputy Commissioner Elms spoke of the asset condition problem, I naively would think that this is actually a good thing because maintaining the existing lines is important for reliability. Yet I got this undertone from you that there's an issue here, and I'd like to hear more about that, please.
Sure, and I don't, Dan, if you want to jump in, feel free to come up here. You know, maintaining reliability, as I said, that's priority number one, and maintaining those lines is very important. And I know a lot of that conversation has been in the context of the North Country. I'll tell you, you know, I wouldn't call myself a North Country guy, but a White Mountains guy certainly. And you know, we saw Eversource heading up to Sugar Hill to deal with some issues on this line recently. You know, that's where my father lives, and you know, spent a lot of time there. So I am certainly not unsympathetic to the needs of our folks to the north. The question is whether or not the spending that we're doing to maintain that reliability is all focused on maintaining that mission, right? We want to maintain reliability, but the question is, you know, are we spending the right dollars, and are we spending too much on what's needed there? I don't want to tell you that the answer is necessarily yes or no. I'd say we have some real concerns about what those numbers are, and it's been difficult to find out what we you know, need to know on a variety of projects that are not limited to New Hampshire. So this is not a specific project issue. I think we've had a lot of attention related to one that's in New Hampshire, but it's a concern we have going into the next 5-10 years, because we've really seen that a lot of the reliability spending of the first half or the last decade was focused on building out that infrastructure, and now basically we've built what we are going to build, and so when we're seeing the increasing spending happening on maintaining those lines, we think it's important that we have regulatory oversight. That's the whole thing we're doing here. Building out that infrastructure has significant stakeholder input on the regional level. It has significant regulatory oversight on that regional level. But this class of maintaining these asset condition projects does fall into this sweet spot where there really is not a level of oversight that we would feel comfortable having when it comes to utility regulation. Dan, I don't know if you want to add to that. But Dan Phelan, I keep going back to, is our regional policy director, and he's our co-NESCO manager alongside Commissioner Chacoin, NESCO being the New England States Committee on Electricity, and that's the group of the states coming together to have these negotiations. So hope that answered your question.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is in regard to slide 15, which is winter reliability. We know that our winters are getting warmer. Have you factored in temperature change through 2032 for your projections? And if so, what resources did you use?
Sure. And Dan, feel free to come up if you know more about this, but this is, a lot of the analysis that's out there is from, ISO New England and other resources like that. So a lot of that analysis was not done by DOE specifically. I do think that it accounts for a variety of weather projections and climate projections. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. So the data reference there was an ISO study that looked out to 2032. It used the most extreme winter scenarios. I believe that it was the winter of 62 that was the worst winter that they found over looking out over the recent history. And it found adequate resources as far as we can tell for her now with the current resource mix and the current anticipated retirements and new resources. Obviously, if things don't go according to schedule over the next 5 years, then the situation gets different. But right now, it looks in good shape.
Thank you.
Representative
Follow-up,
Thomas.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, you need a follow-up? Okay,
Yes, please. Dan, don't go anywhere. So conversely, we know that our summers are getting hotter and we're using a lot of energy in the summer. So is there any concern about summer reliability?
So there is. It's currently we are a summer peaking system. The anticipation is that we will move to a winter peaking system, which means the winter issues will be will require more supply in the winter than during the summer. And Chris spoke about sort of the differences between the summer and the winter. They're kind of a different problem. They're a week-long winter cold snap, but that we're in the middle of right now. The problem is having enough fuel for the entire period, as opposed to meaning that acute peak period in the summer. They're just different kinds of problems, and they require different kinds of solutions.
Representative Doug Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We all know that we have some short-term challenges coming up, particularly in terms of pricing in the power grid and everything. But on a longer-term basis, and more to the fact that, people are now beginning to talk about small-scale nuclear, particularly ISO New England is talking about it. EU has talked about it. A lot of the states are beginning to, look into it. We see a real potential here for New Hampshire to take advantage of this new technology. What is your department doing to both facilitate and interest investors perhaps into coming into the state, and also in terms of getting the word out that this really is a good thing in the not too distant future, but still a few years down the line? We have to attack the cost issue of it and also the perception as well. So what's the OE's status of this, this indication,
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's one that in the slide I mentioned before, the ISO New England EPSAT report, they actually do talk a little bit about alternatives that can help reduce some of the build out that would be necessary to meet clean energy goals. And one of the scenarios that they looked at was the addition of more small modular nuclear reactors and advanced nuclear reactors to help offset that. And what they found is that the build out, if that build out included a significant portion of the load being represented by nuclear power, that it would significantly reduce the inefficiency that we talked about, because it's obviously a scalable clean energy resource. There are challenges associated with nuclear power, specifically just at the development of the technology where it is today, and today's costs. which are high. As to what DOE is doing, the legislature last year, in their wisdom, added to our responsibilities within our Office of Offshore Wind Industry Development, responsibilities for energy innovation. And that included a significant review that the department is and will be undertaking of, what are our states, hurdles, obstacles, roadblocks to the development of nuclear power. We're one of a few states that in New England that does not have a ban on nuclear power coming in, new nuclear power coming in. So as part of that bill, you did also give us the opportunity to hire staff to be essentially a nuclear coordinator. Somebody will know the right title there. But that position is posted on our jobs portal. So or if it's not now, it will be reposted. Obviously, attracting nuclear experts to state government service is a difficulty because if you're an expert on nuclear power, you can make a lot of money in the private sector. But we are doing what we can to facilitate, a regulatory structure that allows resources, to come in.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at your ISO New England EPSET report there, how realistic do you believe those projected build-outs of wind and solar are? What are the costs anticipated for New Hampshire citizens in their rates? What kind of increase would you see? And assuming that this does not materialize, what kind of backup is needed for truly reliable power?
Sure, it's a good question, and Dan can come tap me on the shoulder. I don't believe the EPSET report itself looked at the specific cost projections associated with this build out. I think there was a recent report from the Josiah Bartlett Center that looked at I think a more significant build out than what was projected under EPSET, and I think that projection was something like doubling the cost of electricity, for folks. In terms of the realistic, whether or not it's realistic. We've seen real difficulties in siting infrastructure in New Hampshire. And I think there's obviously a lot of problems trying to get things done just from a siting perspective before you even start to think about costs. Now, when we're looking at costs, things like offshore wind have been a resource that's looked at as a scalable, clean resource that might be necessary to actually maintain reliability needs if you're going to have meet the clean energy goals. Offshore wind's very expensive. The last solicitation I saw, and I might be behind the times here, but it was about $150 a megawatt hour in New York. And that's, 4 or 5 times as expensive as the market price, maybe 3 or 4. We have this solicitation, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island wanted to do a joint procurement of offshore wind. We saw Connecticut did not join. What those results were, I don't know if we've seen the results of that solicitation, Dan. Okay, so we haven't seen what the actual cost projections are yet, but we know that Connecticut said this was too rich for our blood and they backed out of it. So there are real kind of concerns associated with, this EPSET report does also assume that we're going to build out some of the offshore wind that's been planned. We've seen real difficulties and delays in building out that offshore wind. So the more and more of that happens, the more and more those reliability projections become less rosy, and they're already not that great to begin with. And then, the costs are only going to go up. So I don't know if that answers your question. But it's not a problem that won't have complexities, a lot of hard work, and maybe some hopes and prayers associated with them.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, and thank you for being here this morning with us again. My question also is around the costs of these future projections that you're talking about. I'm wondering whether DOE is engaged at all in trying to determine sort of least cost outcomes. Because if the way I look at New Hampshire energy policy is that we want to be setting a trajectory. And when I first started paying attention to the energy policy in the state, that was exactly what the 10-year strategy report did. It set a trajectory. It talked based on individual sectors of the energy economy as to what the plans were for both lowering emissions and addressing the climate concerns, the pollution concerns, and also managing for the lowest cost. But one of the things I think you're alluding to with the conversation that just went by is that as we're going on, the answers, the solutions to our problems, whether it's reliability, getting the energy into the state, the costs of those are going up. And the state of New Hampshire can be proud that we're not in the same boat as all the folks around us, but we also don't have a plan in terms of the trajectory. And I'm concerned that without a plan for how we're going to get there, that we can actually point to and work on, that we will end up paying the most, not the least. So that I'll just leave it there.
No, and I appreciate that. And, we've had some conversations, Representative, on this topic over the years. I think, you alluded to, making sure we can meet those climate goals and lower emissions. If you folks are interested in passing that bill and the governor signs it into law, we're happy to, include that in terms of in our decision making. The legislature has repeatedly over the years rejected decarbonization goals as a goal and have strengthened our responsibility to argue against the cost shifting of policies. So, as an executive branch agency, we're trying to implement the law as the legislature has passed it. And what the legislature has done is say, no, we want to focus not on decarbonization, but on cost and affordability. And we want you to argue against shifting the costs of those policies, to New Hampshire. Looking forward, it is a difficult problem, right? And we are, well, I don't want to say it's inextricable because, we are tied to our neighbors for now. And, I know that there's conversation and I know that there's legislation pending that would look at what is New Hampshire's proper role in the grid in ISO New England. Do we want to look at alternatives? Do we want to look at alternative regulatory structures that might not involve us leaving, but saying how can we further insulate ourselves, in accordance with our statutory mandate to protect against cost shifting. You look at a state like Vermont that's not vertically integrated, and they don't have a significant share of their load tied up in the ISO New England markets. Maybe that's something that New Hampshire is going to look at. I think should the legislature move forward with a bill having us look into that, that we're going to explore every avenue to do precisely what sounds like you're asking for us to do, because the regional context is. It's a difficult one, right? If we're only 10% of the load, we don't have the ability to just say, this is what New Hampshire wants, get it done. We do a pretty good job, and we've been pretty successful in working with our neighbors to tailor policies to kind of both account for our neighbors' needs while looking out for New Hampshire's interest. At some point, it's a topic you could go on for several hours about, but if you want to talk more about phase 2 of ISO New England's transmission planning, that's something where we worked with our neighbors to say, what are your needs? What is that baseline sort of resource need that we can all agree on? And say, okay, New Hampshire, we agree to pay for those things that are, beneficial to us under our formula. Anything over the top of that, if it doesn't work out, right, those are going to be costs that other states have to go on. I'm going way out over my skis because, he's the guy negotiating those types of things. But there really is a lot of work that we do, and we have a good relationship with our neighbors. Again, sometimes we just know we can't agree with them, but we don't see ourselves as being free of the regional context. We have to make do.
Okay, Representative Swanson has a question, and then I think after that, we need to move on to the RPS.
Just to springboard on the plan issue that was mentioned, and I was going to describe more about my investment in solar panels and whole house, and the fact that I got my first net charge from Eversource this past month, for the past 8 months, I have been providing through the benefit of net metering back into the grid electricity. And there's a long ways to go, but I believe in investing in the future, and it can be expensive. It'll probably take a long time. Hopefully, I'll live long enough to see a return on investment, but investment is important. And I recognize that there is legislation in place from the past based upon previous concerns, and certainly expensive is a term I've heard several times, and we don't want to make things too expensive, but sometimes it is worthwhile investing, because what I'm missing from these graphs is, well, what is the stability of, and it sounds like a plan, the basic plan is to continue relying heavily on fossil fuels, oil, gas, whatever. And it's not clear for me that there's 100% transmission to renewables in this, but I haven't seen a cost analysis or a guarantee of the availability of fossil fuels over the next 25 years. So, but that notwithstanding, it's noted here that we'll need 18 times the current combined capacity within the next 25 years. Now, I jumped on to solar with my house because I felt the technology was ready. And we have new technologies becoming available all the time. And I'm not going to, I just want to move off of that dependence. What my question is this was a 25-year goal. And the feeling I'm getting is, let's stick with the mix we currently have and just try to make sure every megawatt or kilowatt or watt is as cheap as possible right now based upon current capacity and capability and technology. I'm not hearing much about investment, or rather I hear resistance to investment in the future. And I have a two-part question. Is your plan for the next 25 years recommending a continued mix of dependence on fossil fuels at the current percentage through that 25 years? Or is there a longer-term plan to, or any plan to move into renewables and off of dependent from fossil fuels, which will probably get more expensive as they become more scarce? Because we all know that fossil fuels are a finite resource. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So there is no current plan to transition us entirely off fossil fuels, and that's based on us, helping to implement the statutory obligations that the legislature has passed. If the legislature wants us to pursue a strategy that involves a 100% transition away from fossil fuels, they're perfectly at liberty to do so. And if the bill passed and was signed into law, we would be happy to and statutory obligated to help implement that. It's not currently the case. When it comes to trying to pick the right percentage of our resource mix falling to fossil fuels, that's also something we're not doing. What we're trying to do is say we want to maintain our reliability, we want to prioritize low cost, and we want to build a system. And ISO New England, they manage the wholesale markets where a lot of the power for New England is procured. And that market is designed not to necessarily deliver clean energy. It's designed to deliver reliable, low-cost electricity. I wouldn't say that we have a goal of fossil fuels at this percentage, renewables, at this percentage outside of the renewable portfolio standard, which we're going to hear about very soon. Our goal has been to find the most efficient resources to meet our needs. When the conversation about net metering, just to briefly talk about that, our goal is not to, through net metering is not designed to be a subsidy. It's designed to be fair compensation for, what's the power that's being put onto the grid, for the power that's avoided. In an ideal world, right, the net metering rate is not a subsidy rate. It's fair compensation. So, we don't have a state goal of delivering X number of gigawatts of solar power on any particular time frame. It's develop the fair rate that compensates for the benefits that that whatever the distributed generation resource is that you're net metering. That's what the goal is.
Well, I want to thank you, Mr. Commissioner and Mr. Deputy Commissioner, for this excellent overview of the department's roles and responsibilities in the executive branch. And I'd like now for you to transition to a examination of the renewable portfolio standard.
Happy to do so. And I'm going to stay up here. We're going to invite Director Josh Elliott to talk about the RPS.
Welcome, Mr. Elliott. Good to see you again.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, good to see you as well. Good to meet the new members as well. For the record, Josh Elliott, I serve as the Director of the Division of Policy and Programs with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. Representative Reynolds, who I realize is on the way out the door. I was born and raised in Westfield, Massachusetts, so right next door to Springfield. Glad I caught you before you walked out. Anyway, so I am talking today at the request of the chair to do a little bit of a deeper dive into the renewable portfolio standard. So as I walk through these, just one caveat to talk about some exceptions up front. This is a broad brushstroke. There are always going to be little nuances, little exceptions to certain things that I say. I did not dive into all the minutia of the details, but just wanted to give sort of a broad picture of what this looks like accurately. But there might be little things here and there like, oh, well, except for, et cetera, and I didn't want to clog up my slides with all those exceptions. So this is the Renewable Portfolio Standard, or the RPS, is set in statute, and it's in RSA 363F, where providers of electricity are required to obtain and then retire a certain number of renewable energy certificates, or RECs, to cover their sales for the prior year. Now, that's a very loaded sentence, so I'm going to sort of break that out a little bit. So, providers of electricity, who are these people? These are any entities that sell electricity in the state of New Hampshire. So that includes the regulated utilities, that includes competitive suppliers, it includes other aggregation plans such as Community Power, Freedom Logistics. There's a couple of them that are operating in that space. So they are required to cover a certain percentage, and we're going to get to those percentages and how they do that, of their sales with what are called renewable energy certificates, or RECs. So what the heck is a REC? So a REC is a representation of the renewable attributes of electricity. So I know the deputy commissioner uses this analogy frequently, and I think it's a good one. Imagine, if you will, pool in the backyard. You have a cup of water. You dump the cup of water into the pool, and then you say, well, I want my cup of water back, right? You can't go down to the molecular level and grab every single last water molecule that you dropped into that pool, right? You can get a cup of water. You can make sure it's exactly the same amount, but you can't get your cup of water back. And the same thing works with electricity, right? Just based on pure physics, you cannot track the individual, electrons wiggling back and forth in the electrical grid as to where it's being generated versus where it's being consumed, right? It follows the laws of physics. Wherever there's the demand for that electricity, the electricity will flow in that direction, with a couple of exceptions. Obviously, there's lots of switching around of things in terms of the actual infrastructure. So the REC is designed to solve that question, right? Because if you are right next to say a wind turbine or a solar array, right? Just based on where the lines are drawn, or where the lines meet your meter, all of that electricity would necessarily go right to you. But right, you are not necessarily the one who can claim, oh, I have 100% renewable energy just because I happen to live next door to one of these facilities. So the REC is designed to sort of divide the actual generation from electricity from the actual renewable attributes, which is where you're able to say, okay, I can claim that I am 100% renewable. I can claim, those renewable attributes. Whereas the actual electricity generated by those facilities, it's just consumed just based on where the interconnection points are. So one REC is equal to 1 megawatt hour of electricity production. So New Hampshire has four classes, or 4.5 really. One's a subset within the Renewable Portfolio Standard. So you can see them on your screen there. I'm not going to read each of them, but essentially it's Class 1 or new technologies. Class 1 thermal, which is a subset of Class 1, is for the useful thermal energy, so heat essentially, that is created by one of these resources. Class 2 is solar. Class 3 is existing biomass, as well as methane, and then Class 4 is existing small-scale hydros. There's always going to be a number of caveats. If you look in the statutes, there's a whole bunch of caveats that spell out each of those pieces. But essentially, those are the sort of the broad categories where those within the RPS of what the electricity suppliers need to be able to purchase RECs from each of those individual classes. So for example, if I am a solar array, so that's a bad example, I'm going to use small scale hydro. So if I'm a small scale hydro that had an in-service date before the date set in statute, I am only generating class 4 RECs for every megawatt hour of production that I send out to the grid. So there's a one-to-one comparison there, but it's only class 1. Class 4. I'm not generating class 3. I'm not generating class 2. I'm not generating class 1. It's just class 4 RECs. So the way that these RECs, and I'm going to go into more detail about that, but it's a good description of how RECs actually function. So RECs themselves, actually I shouldn't say rather generating, they're minted. So basically there's like a little certificate that comes with each of them. They're bought and sold in an open market. So within New England, all of these RECs trade and are offered for sale and then sold and then retired. Essentially means they're used essentially on a regional level. So that means, if there is a, we'll use the hydroelectric facility. A hydroelectric facility is creating class 4 RECs here in New Hampshire, or minting them. They, in theory, could be bought by a utility in Connecticut and then retired there to meet one of their compliance requirements. The classes all are all mixed up. So a class 1 in New Hampshire might be a class 3 in Vermont, might be a class 4 in Connecticut. So there's a great chart in our annual report that actually overlays each of these. So these suppliers of electricity have to go out into this open market and buy a certain number of RECs to meet the individual classes, excuse me, to meet the requirements set in the statutes. So what happens if they can't find them, right? What if there's none of them are available out there, or if they're at a high enough price? They are allowed to, under the statute, make what's called an alternative compliance payment, or an ACP. So this is a rate that's set in statute that functions as a price cap. So and prevents the situation where there might be so much demand for a particular type of REC that the price just spirals and spirals and spirals because the bidding just keeps driving it higher and higher. So alternative compliance payment basically functions as a cap where the price may go up and up and up and up, and then all the way to the cap. Those individual electricity suppliers can just say, okay, if I were to look in the open market, the trading price, I'm making up numbers here, for this REC is $60, but the ACP is set at $55. I'm going to pay the $55 rather than buy this for $60. So the way that the ACP cap is set in statute, and then it's indexed for inflation. So it will, as you can see on the slide there, classes 3 and 4 are by CPI, with classes 1 and 2 by half of CPI. So what exactly are we talking about in terms of the actual settlement of this? So for compliance year 2025, which started just a few days ago, January 1, there's a requirement that 25.2% of all electricity consumed within the state of New Hampshire must come from what are considered renewable resources. And the legislature has defined renewable resources within each of those classes. So for example, this is a perfect way of walking through, and I try to use numbers that you get nice round numbers. So pretend I am an electricity supplier, right? And I've sold 1,000 megawatt hours of electricity. That's tiny for a supplier, but works for the example here. So if I've sold 1,000 megawatt hours of electricity here in New Hampshire, I am required, based on the statute and based on the percentages there, to obtain and retire 252 RECs in order to meet that 25.2%. But it's not just any REC. I need to get a certain number of the right kinds of RECs. So for class 1, I need to make sure that I have 128 non-thermal, or just electric RECs, and 22 thermal RECs to meet my class 1 obligation. For class 2, I'd need to obtain 70 RECs in order to meet that obligation. For class 3, I'd need to obtain and retire 800 class 3 RECs to meet that requirement. And finally, for class 4, I need to obtain and then retire 150 class 4 RECs. So all of that is done within a compliance year. The compliance year runs from January 1st to December 31st of each calendar year. And then there's a compliance period between July 1st and July 15th of every year, where the utilities, the electricity suppliers, then report to the department of their sales and then evidence that they have purchased and then retired the appropriate number of RECs, or at that point, they will then make the alternative compliance payment. So they'll essentially pay that in. So any of those funds that are received in by the department are deposited into what's referred to as the Renewable Energy Fund. And then those funds are used by the department to fund renewable technologies. So the REF funds, as you can see on the screen there, 3 rebate programs for commercial industrial solar projects, commercial industrial wood pellet projects, as well as residential wood pellet projects. There's 3 competitive grant programs, a commercial industrial competitive program that's just open, a low moderate income solar program, as well as a municipal solar program. So that municipal solar program, for those of you who were here last year may recall Senate Bill 303, which directed the department to set up a specific municipal program. We'll hopefully have a straw proposal out for stakeholder comment in the next couple of weeks here. And of course, obviously there are costs borne by the department for both on the RPS compliance side, as well as maintaining the appropriate administration over these programs. So there's a portion that comes out for administrative fees, and then any related issues is directed in the statute. So this last slide, this is just to give you a sense of what the costs are for the renewable portfolio standard in a given year. So this is back to 2008, with the most recently completed compliance year being 2023 on the right-hand side of your slide there. The green indicated is the cost for the supplies of electricity to purchase and then retire those RECs, whereas the blue are the alternative compliance payments. So those are the payments where they could not find, or was administratively difficult to find, or difficult to find and retire those RECs, where those are the payments that are made into the state. So you can see the renewable portfolio standard had an escalator built in that has basically it's gone up to 2025, and then we've reached the last step. So you can see that those costs have sort of escalated over the recent years, with the notable exception of last year. But this is a good illustration of why those renewable energy certificates that are traded, that there's a regional and New England-wide market for those, which dictates price. So you can see as the price in any given year for those to settle those RECs varies from year to year. So with that, I'm happy to take a pause there. I realize there's a lot of information, a lot of acronyms all thrown in there. So
Thank you. I remember in 2015 when I was a freshman and I started attending, or I attended the orientation of ST&E, and there were presentations like yours for 2 days in a row. I remember thinking I was drinking from a fire hose. And so you've given us a great example of that here today. I have 2 questions for you. One is a specific question about RECs, and the other is a kind of a more general question. The specific question is, do you know how many RECs purchased in New Hampshire are sold elsewhere?
I don't know that number off the top of my head, but I can check with staff and figure out. That would vary from year to year, because it would just go wherever the price dictates.
And to that point, so a New Hampshire Class 1 REC might have attributes that qualify them for another New England state's RPS under a different class. So, these are all happening in a market. It can be, difficult to track. Oh, where did this one specific REC, end up? Because that Class 1 REC in New Hampshire might be a class whatever in Connecticut.
Okay, see what you can do to come up with a general number if you can. My broader question is about the whole program itself. As you know, the program plateaus in 2025. When it was originally passed back in 2007, 2025 seemed like a long way away. And I suppose back then it was, but we're there now. So this would appear to be the correct time to try to evaluate the success or failure of this program. So the question for you is, does the department have any metrics or any methodology for determining, has the RPS succeeded in achieving its goals or not? And if it has not succeeded in achieving its goals, what reforms would need to be made to it so that it could achieve its goals?
Thank you. That's a great question. And so, there is going to be a more comprehensive review. I think it's statutory, not rules, of the RPS that happens this year, and that's something that the department will be undertaking. When you look at, and this kind of goes back to Representative Kaplan's question from earlier, about being goals oriented and what does that mean? Looking back to the RPS and what sort of the enabling statute asks for, right? In terms of promoting clean energy, fuel diversity, and those things are, in New Hampshire economic development, whatever it might be. Those are important goals. They're ones that are also oftentimes hard to, people can come up with numbers, but you have to say, well, what is this dollar really incenting? I will say, and I have to be a little, not careful, but we wrote a 10-year state energy strategy under the previous administration. Obviously, we've had a change in executive branch leadership. So something I didn't note before, but I do want to talk about is we are going to be undertaking another revision of the state energy strategy this year. So we will, Mr. Chairman, ask to come back and present and take questions from the committee as we're statutorily obligated to do. So that's something that comes in there. But so with that caveat, under the current strategy, we do suggest what some of those possible reforms could look like when it comes to the renewable portfolio standard. As we talked about, we do like market-based approaches and competitive approaches. So what can we do to further facilitate the most efficient selection of resources that meet those goals that we have, that the RPS has? We've asked the question, and I know it's come up in the past, why not a resource like nuclear? Why not a resource like larger scale hydro that might be able to achieve or help us achieve some of those clean energy, considerations, some of those energy diversity considerations, and frankly might have good economic development opportunities in New Hampshire. Why do we have so many classes, and why do we not encourage further competition, not between, say, a fossil fuel resource and a renewable resource, but within those renewable energy resources? Why not say, let's find one that helps us meet, or find whichever ones help us meet those goals in the most cost-effective way possible? The current situation, I would hazard a guess, does probably leave some meat on the bone when it comes to, providing financial incentives to resources that might be beyond what is necessary to actually incent that resource. But because there are these very strict classes, we might not be seeing the most efficient selection of those resources. So, we are undertaking we're going to be undertaking a review, and that's part of what came in with the maturity of the RPS in 2025.
Okay, additional questions. Representative Doug Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, very similar question to what the chairman asked, but I was going to ask it in more simplistic terms. And basically, for the benefit of our newest members here, the briefing you gave, excellent briefing, but could you explain why, or what was the original purpose of the RPS program? And to that question, what happens when we meet that purpose, or is this a particular purpose that has no end? So can you address those concerns?
Sure. And I'll just give you, I was in high school when this came into effect, so I wasn't there for the legislative, history there. There are legislative findings that talk about the value of, renewable resources and fuel diversity, economic development in New Hampshire. So I think that those are laid out in the statute. So, when it comes to achieving those, right, I think we would all agree we want to make sure we meet our goals as cost effectively as possible, right? So that's really something that people need to do. And I'm sorry, I forgot if I left out part of your question.
Well, I was trying to get you to talk about what happens when we get there. Is this a program that has an endpoint, or is this a program with no end because people just want it to keep continuing?
Sure. Yeah, and yeah, apologies for losing it there. Yeah, no, it doesn't have an endpoint right now. Under statute, it plateaus at this 25.2% level. Again, that 25.2 does have some fluctuation in it, and Josh didn't get into it, I don't think, but the department does have the ability to adjust classes 3 and 4 based on sort of what the availability might be. Because there are circumstances where, for instance, and we've done this the past 3 or 4 years, where there just weren't going to be enough RECs available for class 3. If it represents 8% of our generation at a high ACP, it was just going to be needlessly expensive for ratepayers. So we had the legislative authority to bring that down. In last 2 years, I think we brought it down to 0.5% from the 8, and we're undergoing a proceeding to look at that currently.
Okay, Representative McGee, did you have your hand up?
I did. It's easier to ask who doesn't have their hand up from the looks of it. Okay, so I had a couple of thoughts. So we're talking about class 3, and that's an interesting place to start. When we talk about RPS conceptually, or whether it's good, whether it's bad, whether it's meeting its goals, whatever those are, for me, it would be important to bring it back to who are using these RECs, who are benefiting from these RECs, who are operating their generation concerns based on, the RECs being a part of the economic model that allows them to operate in the state. Class 3 RECs went down. I was here when we passed the biomass bill, HB 183. It's burned in my head. That affected many biomass businesses in the state of New Hampshire who were indigenous businesses. And we didn't spend a lot of, we heard from them, but we didn't spend a lot of time discussing the impacts of those, New Hampshire-based generation facilities that also were helping the timber industry. They had a lot of connections to other economic interests in the state of New Hampshire. And so I guess my question is, we seem to be talking about this as something out there that are just 3 letters that we can just do something, but we're not talking about it in terms of what does the RPS mean to indigenous industries and businesses in the state of New Hampshire, so that we can understand the impact of any decision that we make. You're not really giving us enough information about. My understanding is the RPS was set up in order to help us reach a goal by 2025 of 25% of our energy generation being done with renewables or with cleaner energy sources, right? So we set that as a goal. We may be fairly close to that with what's going on behind the meter. I don't know. You guys haven't told us that. But rather than just throwing it up in the air without even having discussed the actual impacts on maybe some of the people in this room, and also, some of the businesses that are genuinely trying to create supply diversity in the state. Can you just talk about that a little bit? Because supply diversity actually, it doesn't just help us with reliability, it helps us keep dollars in the state, our energy dollars in the state. And it makes us more secure. It helps lower some of the risk of us having to get everything from out of state. So I think it's worth talking about. And that's what I would like to understand is, what does this chart represent in terms of businesses? I know I've talked to the hydro industry about how important the RECs are to them, so.
Sure, and I will just note, and it's a very good question, and I think we could probably get you the actual sort of breakdown of what percentage of the obligation is met through renewable energy certificates versus through alternative compliance payments. So that's something we can provide for the committee. When it comes to the economic development question, I'm just going to say, our job is to administer the program and make it happen, right? It's up to the legislature to determine, what all of those values and benefits are that you get from the program. And there are obviously state agencies that are focused on on, you know, like the Department of Business and Economic Affairs. You know, we've heard from DNCR in the past on biomass specific bills. You know, that economic development question is an important one. It's one that is not necessarily one that falls within the purview of the Department of Energy in administering the program, because we aren't just sort of like picking, you know, this is what the obligation is, you know, 25.2. That's obviously something that the legislature has done for us. So I do have the comfortable position of saying it really is up to you guys to determine what the benefit's going to be. But yeah, no, going back to what the goal is, it really is, you know, the RPS is designed to be either that missing money or that additional financial incentive towards generating resources that might not otherwise be economical, right? So we're providing money because, you know, if you just had to compete in the market, these are resources that might not be selected. At least that's the argument that folks are making. So if you have a rec, you know, trading for $25 a megawatt hour or something like that, that's an extra $25 that's going to help make that resource economical. You know, we've heard a lot of conversation when it comes to biomass, right? That, you know, there are those benefits for economic development that, you know, in the timber industry, you know, for trucking and for all of those sort of like downstream businesses that help turn, you know, wood into electricity. It's not, it is a state concern, but the Department of Energy's focus really is to administer the program as we've been instructed by the legislature.
A very brief follow-up. Just a very simple question. So the simple follow-up would be, does the Department of Energy still look at supply diversity as one of the goals that we have in the state?
Sure, yes.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I actually have two questions. First one is, looking at the chart that's up there, we see a big drop in 2023 for the cost of RECs, the total cost, and I'm wondering, was that because there's an increased supply or something else? Second question is, how closely are individual RECs tracked? I have a solar array at my house. I'm selling RECs. I sell them to a broker. And I don't really know what happens to them after that. I don't know if they're being retired within the state or not within the state. How is my REC tracked through the system?
So I'm going to answer that in reverse order. So, right. So you take your individual RECs from your solar array, right? I've sort of left this part out, but right, there are these brokers that exist that will collect all these RECs from, whether it's from large facilities or smaller facilities like yourselves, and bundle them up so they're easier for these suppliers to actually buy in aggregate rather than say, okay, well, Representative Corman, I'm going to buy your 3 RECs. I'm going to buy 2 RECs here, right? And they're going through the whole process. So those RECs are then, once they are aggregated, they're then sold to one of those electricity suppliers somewhere in New England. So your REC, in theory, could be settled in Connecticut. So they could say, okay, well, I've purchased this REC, even though it's from New Hampshire. It meets the qualifications for, I'm making up a number here, but a Class 1 REC in Connecticut. We're going to retire them. Say it's Eversource. They're going to purchase it, and they're going to retire it in Connecticut. There's a system called NEPOL GIS, which if anybody is involved in like mapping at the local level, it's different than the GIS system that's used for mapping. It's a slightly different, it's a different thing, but it has the same acronym. So there are individual, all of that gets logged in that system, so they know that your RECs are only sold once, and then from you to the supplier, to the broker, thank you, and then sold once from the broker to the supplier of electricity, and then retired. So they basically, they're tracked all the way through the system. Regarding the drop in 2023, it's a confluence of a number of factors. Mostly it's just the ACP, it's sort of hard to tell from this, did come down a little bit over prior years, but the REC costs, just an increased supply, and then there's always policy decisions made by other states that then influence the trading of those RECs across the region.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm actually looking at, just quickly, the looking at the different classes of RECs, and I know as of last year, because we're in ISO New England, our neighbor to the south, Massachusetts, basically had taken our whole entire Class 3 there and has passed a law stating that Class 3 is bad for the environment. So now they no longer include that in their RPS. Just wanted to add that in as a note. Secondly, I noticed that multiple states in the United States view, because of the time that fissionable material burns and lasts, and also it's multiple states view nuclear power as a renewable product. Would legislation be needed to A, define nuclear power as a renewable power, and secondly, to add it as one of the classes on here?
Yes, we are. The classes are determined by statute.
Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. I'd feel remiss if I didn't ask about the practice that many people in the state consider distorting our rec market, and that is the practice of rec sweeping to avoid alternative compliance payments. Could you speak to that a little bit?
In terms of the process or the policy, or
More of the process and whether or not policy is needed to clean up that process. We are looking at a review, as you said, in 2025. Is this a good time to examine that as well?
so that is a separate process. I don't know if it would necessarily be. I would have to go back and look at the actual statute to specify whether it requests us to look at that particular aspect. For the larger committee, the idea of rec sweeping, essentially it's a settlement process by which there are a number of smaller suppliers. I'm going to use Representative Corman, for example, where if they decide it is not worth their time or their effort to register with NEPOOL GIS in order to actually generate and sell those recs, to mint those recs, they've opted not to do that process. And it can be a long process for something that may be worth $20-ish, depending on the size of array. So there are some folks who just opt not to do it. As part of the statute, of course, we've touched briefly on net metering. As those utility companies are purchasing that electricity that's generated back or netting it against your purchasing the exports and then crediting it against any of your imports of electricity to get that netting that happens. The statute allows them to essentially acquire those renewable energy certificates. Now, there's a question of, and then use them in order to meet the meet the requirements of Class 2 in New Hampshire. There is a question, I know this has been debated multiple times in front of this committee before. You can either do it one way, you can do it the other way. This avoids double counting of recs, so they're not going to two places at the same time, so we know that they're being done once. The other option, there have been a variety of different legislative attempts to change this policy. It would be really the purview of the legislature as to whether or not those recs, how to handle those recs at the end of the day.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Joshua. You did a really good job explaining this. To use your example about recs, if a rec costs $50 and an ACP, and we're just using it as an example, costs $55, it's theoretical that during an auction, some recs will not be purchased. What happens to those recs if they're not purchased? Are they rolled over, or do they die a untimely death?
That's a very good question. So the recs themselves, if the ACP, let me back up. So in that scenario where the actual trading price of the rec is $55 and the ACP is $50, it means that one of the other states around us, the whatever their ACP value is higher. So it makes more sense for, I'm not trying to pick on Eversource, but I know they operate in 3 states in the region. They've decided that a rec they may have purchased, they could either retire it in Connecticut or they could retire it in New Hampshire, and say the ACP is much higher in Connecticut. It makes more sense to pay the ACP here and retire the rec in Connecticut. Utilities are also allowed to bank recs. So for example, if they overbuy or something like that happens, they're allowed to carry them forward to the next year. I believe it's a limit up to 20% of their obligation. I will need to double check on that. Yeah, okay, people behind me are nodding yes. That they can carry those forward. As far as an expiration, 2 years. Okay, yes. So within 2 years of generating, we're gonna have 2 years of being minted. Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks again, guys, for being here and taking my question. I just wanted to ask you rather directly about whether you have data or just a feeling, some explanation, or a theory, if you could, to what do you attribute, when you look at the graph that we've had, the compliance costs of the RPS up to 2023, you see a peak in 2019, and then since then, what I would call a pretty precipitous drop, down, a small rebound in 2022, but then a big drop. So if you draw a line from 2019 to 2023, there's almost I'd call it a 45%, looks like, drop in compliance costs. To what do you attribute that?
So as mentioned previously, there's a regional a regional market for RECs. It's hard to say pinpoint exactly what thing happened where to sort of drop it. But it's a larger regional phenomenon where there's just been more RECs that would be available, so they'd be able to be purchased at a lower cost, and therefore reduced compliance cost.
Well, and obviously the reduction in class 3, we have not done that. That's been a more recent development as sort of the biomass market has evolved, and so that would be responsible for part of the change.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Berezny has a question.
Thank you, Chairman. This is more of a clarification question. This chart doesn't say that this is for New Hampshire, but understanding that this is for New Hampshire, that might explain how other states might compensate some of the costs. So
Yeah, for sure. So this is New Hampshire specific. If you look at Massachusetts with their variety, they have 3 or 4 different programs that are, there's a clean energy standard, there's a renewable portfolio standard, there's a clean peak standard, all sorts of things like that. Their total cost, and the last time I saw data, I think it was from 2022, they were a little behind on where they were, but they had projected their cost between $1.5 billion per year in Massachusetts. So there's obviously a significant scale associated with other states, and obviously, with their 5 times our size. So that's going to get baked into it. But even accounting for that fact, they have a pretty significant spend on these types of programs.
Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Despite having my background in astroengineering and sometimes being called a space cadet, I am very impressed with the kind of the fundamental accounting details behind all this. But I think it's kind of been asked and maybe addressed. But and I'm looking at, so this has been a period of 15 years this has been going on. And how has this, do you feel like this has changed the mix of energy production in the state of New Hampshire in that 15 years?
It's a good question, and it's one that I probably want to talk to some folks in the agency before, attributing success to one resource or another. Over the last 20 years, we've seen a significant change in the resource mix. Most of that we've seen through the change from oil and coal as being, primary and certainly significant resources to natural gas being the top dog in New England. Most of that has been driven not necessarily by policy as much as it has been by economics. And that's just because natural gas, especially with the sort of prevalence of, the Marcellus Shale kind of explosion around the time that this went into effect, we saw a significant price dampening from that, and that made natural gas a much more economical resource. Obviously, state policy both for RPS and in other areas of decarbonization that we've seen throughout New England. Our resource mix in 20 years could look very different than it does today. And I think that's the goal of a lot of folks. How much I'm going to attribute that to RPS specifically in New Hampshire, I'd love to get back to you, especially I know you have a number of bills on this topic, and you'll certainly hear from us then.
Okay, gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for being here. An excellent presentation, as always, from the department. And at this point in time, we're going to take a lunch break, and we will come back at 1 o'clock to hear from the Public Utilities Commission. Now, during our orientation hour between 9 and 10, I had suggested that we would talk about public hearings and executive sessions, but we ran out of time and did not have that discussion. So we will have that discussion at a future date. We could talk about it this afternoon if the committee has the energy to hang out and talk about it, or we could bring that up maybe next week before we start some public hearings. We'll have that discussion at the end of the day. Pardon? We do. So maybe we should have that discussion today if we have a chance, if we have the energy and the stamina. So anyway, go get some lunch, and we'll see you all back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Please make your way to your seat, everyone. We'll resume here shortly. Okay, it is 1:00, and we have some very busy people who have joined us this afternoon, and I don't want to waste any of their time, so we're going to jump right into a presentation by the Public Utilities Commission. I'd like to welcome the commissioners to the committee and turn it over to the chair to make a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Vose. Good afternoon, and thank you to the chairman and the SDE committee for the opportunity to present to you today. On the first page, we this is the agenda as asked for by Chairman Vose. I'll give a brief introduction and overview. Commissioner Delorfano will go through the PUC process, and then Commissioner Chattopadhyay will go over rate-based state and regional proceedings, and then we'll wrap up. So without any further ado, I'll get started. Just briefly as a bio, I'm Dan Goldner. I've been the chair for the last 3 years and was a commissioner for about 6 months before that. I spent 30 years in the defense and semiconductor businesses, beginning as a design engineer. I moved on to program management, eventually became the vice president of finance and operations at Texas Instruments. And I've worked all over. I've lived in Texas, I've lived in California, I lived in Oslo, Norway for 3 years, and spent the last 10 years down at Manchester on Granite Street. And finally, I have a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering and an MBA. So without any further ado, going to the first slide, this is sort of a picture of what we regulate at the PUC. So it's about $7 billion in assets, about $2 billion in annual revenue. So there's a lot of money in this business. The chart to your upper left is a picture of the electric utilities. The picture to the upper right is the gas utilities. The chart on the bottom shows that Eversource is about 80% of the customer base here in New Hampshire, and Liberty has about 73% of the gas customers here in New Hampshire. And off to the right is a list of the regulated water systems, the list of sewer utilities, and then a brief note on our very limited engagement in telecom. All right, so, why do we need a PUC is the next question. So we're really about checks and balances. So monopolies don't have competition. They can exploit their market power by charging excessively high prices. They can limit output. They can reduce the quality of goods and services, and they can hinder innovation. So, ultimately, this harms consumers and the overall economy. Our powers are delegated from the U.S. Constitution, and ultimately, the legislature here in New Hampshire under Article 83. And I've provided here just a brief history of monopoly regulation in New Hampshire, which really for the PUC starts in 1911. And we changed our name in 1951. And so this regulation in gas, electric, and water and telecom has been going on for over 100 years. On the next slide, I called it old versus new PUC. And this is the legislative changes from July 2021, for those of you that were here then. And just as a brief recap, the old commission was 3 commissioners, 9 divisions, more than 70 people in a wide variety of functions. Staff of the PUC proffered positions to the commissioners in each docket. Staff negotiated settlements with the utilities, the OCA, and the special interests. outside of the adjudicative process and presented to the commission for approval. And, you know, with adjudication, policy audit, and enforcement in a single organization, there could be the appearance of impropriety. The same folks that are negotiating the deal, the same organization that's negotiating the deal, is also approving the deal. So the legislature responded to that in 2021 by splitting off the DOE and making the commission a separate, independent, and firewalled organization to ensure impartial and neutral decision making. The DOE at that same time was spun off per RSA 12P and is an automatic party to all proceedings, and is to provide the commission with independent information on the record used to render reasoned, sound, and fair decisions. I know there's some legislation that talks about different responsibilities for the DOE. And the only thing we at the PUC would suggest is just to think about a counterparty to the monopoly, whoever that is, whether that's in the DOE or the AG's office or in the commission itself. Whatever it is, there just needs to be a counterparty to the monopoly. And then finally, and I'll show an org chart in a minute, there's 3 commissioners and 12 people. So we're much smaller than the old PUC. All right, next slide. There's been some discussion about the differences between the PUC and a court. And so I thought I'd just put together a very brief slide on what are the differences and what are people talking about when they talk about the PUC versus a court. So first, the easy one, the courts are part of the judicial branch and the PUC is part of the executive branch. The courts interpret the laws. The PUC enforces the public utilities laws. The courts have broad jurisdiction. The PUC has narrow jurisdiction just to the public utilities. The courts have broad equity powers. The PUC has very narrow equity powers. And finally, and probably the most important one, is that typically the court has no interest in the outcome of civil litigation, where the PUC acts as the arbiter between the interests of the customer and the interests of the regulated utilities. So that's really the difference between the two entities. And the other is also some discussion on settlements, who should be signing settlements, who has the power in the settlements, these kinds of things. And so what we wanted to highlight here is just that the courts in a civil action are governed by contract law. The parties are free to settle any case on any terms they choose, and in the end, the parties pay as a result of the process. In the Public Utilities Commission, a settlement is neither a contract nor governed by contract law. Instead, it's stipulated findings of fact and conclusions of law. So we're doing something quite different than the court system. Again, we're the arbiter of the interests of customers and the interests of the utilities. We must thoroughly review each settlement to assess whether it's consistent with the public interest. And our authority to approve or reject settlements is a necessary safeguard against unwise or improper settlements. And then finally, rate settlements really, but for the utilities, use other people's money. Civil litigation, it's just the two parties involved. In the case of the PUC, other people's money is involved. All right, next slide is just a simple org chart for the commission. We're a small and tidy organization. There's just 3 commissioners, and then there's 12 staff, and the SEC administrator. Per the change in the law last year, the SEC administrator moved to the PUC, so that makes a total of 13. And on the next slide, you'll see our operational performance. So we track these metrics to see how we're doing. There was a lot of criticism, and it was justified of the commission in 2021 and early 2022 that things were going into the commission but weren't coming out. And that was true. We only had a handful of people. It was a new organization. We were trying to get things up and running. And so you can see the output in 2022 as we caught up on decisional orders was 195 decisional orders. That's an all-time record in the PUC for all the records that we have that go back maybe 20 or 25 years. Things have now steadied out. We're outputting now about 165 orders a year. Also on this chart, you'll see orders of notice. Those are letting folks know that we have upcoming hearings. Procedural orders, those are usually calendaring, scheduling, and so forth. Old dockets closed. We try to keep track of, are we on top of old dockets? Are we processing things in a timely fashion? And then finally, the days from filing to acknowledgement letter, are we getting back with people quickly and efficiently so that everyone knows and is getting responded to? So with that, I'll pause before we move to Commissioner Delafano. I committed to give a brief overview of 10 minutes, so that's what I've tried to do.
Excellent. Thank you. Pass the microphone over to Commissioner Del Orfano. By the way, it's nice to meet you. Never met you here before.
Nice
Welcome.
to meet you as well, Representative. Excuse me. So I am the newest commissioner on the commission. On page 10, you'll see a very short bio about myself I put on there since we're all meeting each other for the first time. I am the attorney commissioner on the commission. Under statute, one of the commissioners must be an attorney, and that falls to me. I had, previous to the commission, worked at the Attorney General's office as an assistant attorney general. Prior to that, I was at Sheehan Finney, and before that, I was in industry as in-house counsel. Next slide, please. In the energy realm, there are really two primary regulators. There are the state and the federal government. And the federal government's regulation of electricity is really wrapped up in the Interstate Commerce Clause to the Constitution, as well as what I like to call the most powerful law that no one's ever heard of, the Federal Power Act. And so under the Federal Power Act, FERC has jurisdiction. FERC is the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, has jurisdiction over the use or sale of electric energy in interstate commerce, applying to the transmission of electric energy in interstate commerce and to the sale of electric energy at wholesale in interstate commerce. The key to all of that being interstate commerce. On the other hand, the states, they regulate all of the intrastate commerce. In other words, if you have a distribution utility and they're selling to local ratepayers or customers, the state is responsible for the regulation of that aspect of the transaction. There is, though, an exception under federal law for rates that must be just and reasonable. And if a state isn't adequately making sure that that is happening, then FERC can actually change some state regulation, but it almost never does. On the next page, page 12, I've given some examples of some of the jurisdiction that the commission has. I'm not going to read through the entire list, but towards the bottom of the second column, you'll see rate proceedings and tariff adjustments. That's a big part of what we do. We review integrated distribution plans. We deal with the Limited Electrical Energy Producers Act and also net metering. And as I said, I won't bore you all with the list. Turning to the next slide on page 13, we just wanted to highlight for you folks what the New Hampshire energy policy currently is. Now, this is what's in statute. This is the policy that the PUC is required to follow. And I won't read it for you now, but it really tries to balance the needs of the rate base versus those of the regulated utilities. And in doing so, the legislature has decided that we need to look at diverse sources of energy, which in my mind is just a good thing anyway, and other demand-side resources to protect the safety and health of the citizens, the physical environment of the state, and the future supplies of resources. So what does all that mean? Basically, that means that energy needs to be delivered safely, reliably, and environmentally in an environmentally sensitive manner. So some of those responsibilities are now with the Department of Energy, but the PUC needs to regulate the rates that these utilities will seek in order to keep these systems up, to keep those resources safe, reliable, and to protect the environment. The next page, 14, Commission Jurisdiction Protection of Consumers. So The PUC has a very important role in protecting consumers from some of the monopoly powers that the public utilities have. In other words, there's kind of what's called the regulatory compact, where you have a public utility that requires some kind of rate of return on its money. You have the ability under a monopoly situation for a company like that to charge whatever they want for their products. They're the only supplier of it. As part of the regulatory compact, the state, through its PUC, balances the interests of the ratepayer in paying the lowest rate possible with the interests of the regulated monopoly in ensuring that, one, it makes a reasonable rate of return on its assets, and secondly, that the capital structure that is ultimately approved by the Public Utilities Commission will allow that regulated utility to continue to operate. And that's a very important point that a lot of folks miss in utility regulation, that, at the end of the day, we're a cap on their spending and on their return, but we also ensure a floor so that way they can stay solvent and continue to operate. Next page, page 15, I wanted to give you guys a bit of an example of what a commission proceeding looks like. So this is this is my depiction of what our hearing room looks like at the PUC. On one side, we have the public utility, and they generally bring the most people, and so they're depicted in blue. On the other side, we have the Department of Energy depicted in yellow, the Office of the Consumer Advocate depicted in green, and what we're calling interveners, but they're traditionally stakeholders in utility regulation, depicted in purple. And so next I'm going to go through some of the roles that all of these parties play in these functions. We're going to skip slide 16 because this is more of something I provided for all of you. It's almost a cheat sheet to how to read one of our dockets, what the numbers mean, and some examples of cases that fall under those kinds of dockets. So if we move on to page 17, the PUC basically has two types of proceedings before it. One type is adjudicative proceedings. Those are proceedings that are almost like a mini trial at the administrative level. And we have non-adjudicative processes, which are, and this is actually shown on page 18, the next slide, and non-adjudicative processes, which essentially encompass just about everything else. Now, the kinds of matters that we hear in adjudicative proceedings are generally things like rate cases, utility financing, alternative forms of regulation, but it also can include things like procurement of renewable natural gas. Whereas non-adjudicative processes, they include things like review of community power electric aggregation plans. So these are plans that the towns put together for aggregation, and they're reviewed and approved by the Public Utilities Commission. This doesn't generally end up in some kind of contested matter. Although if there was interest in this turning into a contested case, the PUC could, if it felt that it was in the interest of the public, convert this into an adjudicative proceeding. But so far, the PUC hasn't had anything like that. Also, we do investigation of interstate rates through non-adjudicative process. We do our rulemaking and declaratory rulings. Declaratory rulings are generally requests from folks that are regulated by a state agency looking to see how a rule or a statute might apply to them. So that isn't, unlike a declaratory judgment in court where there would be two sides here, this is generally someone coming and asking the commission, how they think this rule might apply to them. And the commission will come out with a ruling. The Attorney General's office is usually involved with that as well. So it's not something that the commission will make on its own. It'll generally ask the Attorney General's office for an opinion on the matter and take that opinion and weigh it against the statutory obligations the commission has. We turn to the next page, 19, Commissioner's Arbiter. Chair Goldner started speaking a bit about this. Unlike a court, the commission is really the arbiter between the interests of the consumer and the interests of the regulated utility. This isn't just something that we say, this is actually in statute. It's been in statute since I want to say at the earliest, the late 1960s, and hasn't changed very much since then. Turn to the next page. I've highlighted some statements from the Supreme Court and from our statutes regarding that position of arbiter. So in Appeal of Pine Tree Power, the state Supreme Court decided that in determining rates, the PUC is to be the arbiter between the interests of the customer and the interests of the regulated utility. When considering whether to allow a regulated utility to recover electric distribution system investment costs from ratepayers, the Commission must first determine whether those investments were prudently incurred. This is where we get into the used and useful analysis that the Commission goes through when it's adjudicating rate cases. In determining whether rates are just and reasonable, Commission must balance the customer's interest in paying no higher rates than are required against the investor's interest in obtaining a reasonable rate of return on their investments. This is, again, something that we discussed, or at least I discussed a little bit earlier. And then lastly, the PUC must not only perform duties statutorily created, but also exercise those powers inherent within its broad grant of power. So unlike most state agencies and most adjudicative proceedings, the one example of this is that the Public Utilities Commission can reopen an old order with notice and provide for due process and re-examine that order if things have changed in the future. Most administrative agencies, in fact, I can't think of one that has that exact same power, but the PUC has that power in order to make sure that rates are just and reasonable and in the public interest. We turn next page, please, 21, Commission as investigator. So without going through both of these here, the Commission has a limited role as an investigator. In other words, it has a legal responsibility, to make sure that, before holding a hearing, that it investigates the matters that will be before it during the hearing, and if they rely on facts that came from that investigation, that they're included in the hearing record and included in the order if those were used as part of that decision. In terms of rate increases, the PUC has investigatory authority there as well. And this is, again, to make sure that rates are just, reasonable, and in the public interest. Turn to the next page. We're now turning to our public utility, our group of blue tables. What is a public utility? I won't read the definition, but I provided it there for folks so that they understand, what is a public utility and the kinds of businesses that have to come before the PUC. Turning to the next page, page 23, again with blue tables. I've included, a couple of different types of proceedings. So we have rate increases that a public utility may file with their schedules when they open up a new rate case. And we also talk a little bit about the burden that the public utility must meet in order to have a rate increase. And so, this process is very clearly delineated in statute. So there's never an opportunity for the PUC to just kind of make it up. This is all things that the legislature has established and processes that we follow based on those established statutory provisions. Turning to the next page, I also provide an example of franchise expansions. These are when a public utility wants to either expand into a new business or increase its service territory. It can also be when new entrants want to come into New Hampshire and be a public utility. And again, there's a statutory burden of proof on what these utilities must substantiate in order for the PUC to issue an order allowing the expansion of the franchise. These get a lot shorter pretty soon here, so. Next page is 25. I talked a little bit about the Department of Energy's role in our proceedings. The Department of Energy is an automatic party to all commission proceedings. It also has the authority to petition for any proceeding before the Public Utilities Commission. So what this means is that any of the list of areas that we talked a little bit about earlier on, the two columns, in some instances, the Department of Energy can petition and affirmatively bring something forward to the Public Utilities Commission to consider. While before the Public Utilities Commission, the department represents the department's position in commission proceedings. It has the authority to investigate any matter that may come before the commission. And lastly, it must provide all necessary administrative, technical, and staff support to the commission to assist the commission in carrying out its regulatory and adjudicative functions. So when the PUC had 70 employees, as you can imagine, it had a lot more support than it does under a scheme where there's 13 employees. And so when the legislature made the decision to split DOE away from the Public Utilities Commission, left this caveat or this requirement in the law so that we're not left up a creek without a paddle, so to speak, and we can both receive at hearings information from the Department of Energy, but also outside of hearings. They also manage our business office. It's actually their business office that we use as an administratively attached agency. Turning to the next page, I talked a little bit about the consumer advocate. In New Hampshire, our consumer advocate is the consumer advocate for residential ratepayers. And he has a pretty important job in that role. He is supposed to petition or initiate proceedings before the Public Utilities Commission regarding matters that involve ratepayer interests. And again, by that I mean residential ratepayer interests. The second point on that page states has standing to intervene in commission proceedings only when the interests of residential utility customers are presently involved. And that's something that came from the Supreme Court. Essentially what that means is that if we're having a rate case that's only commercial rates, or distribution rates for commercial clients or commercial customers of a utility, then the consumer advocate doesn't have a role in that kind of proceeding because those ratepayers are not residential ratepayers. Moving on to page 27, our interveners. Those interveners can include, among others, customers, investors in investor-owned utilities, industry groups. Clean Energy New Hampshire comes to mind immediately. Non-governmental organizations, similar. New Hampshire subdivisions, towns, counties, other state agencies. Independent power producers, independent energy suppliers, and any other person with an interest in a pending case. Prospective interveners must petition the commission to intervene in a commission proceeding, meaning that they're not automatic parties, and that in most cases they're not even mandatory parties. They're what's called a permissive party. So if they can articulate an interest that should be heard before the Public Utilities Commission, the Public Utilities Commission will grant intervention to those folks. And the commission may impose conditions upon interveners' participation in the proceedings, either at the time of intervention or at any subsequent time. And so a lot of times, although I haven't seen it with the current commission, past commissions have put relatively reasonable restrictions on large groups of interveners. For instance, they've got to get together and do discovery together, or they have to get together and present a position together. Again, that isn't something this commission, to my knowledge, has ever done. That wraps up my section.
Okay, please pass the microphone over to Commissioner Chattopadhyay.
So good afternoon. Just a quick background. I have a PhD in economics, and I've been doing utility regulations since 1999. And initially I was, I got my PhD from University of Washington, Seattle, and I went back to India, worked as a consultant, and then moved to a Electricity Regulatory Commission as their only economist. Okay. I have also, I was the assistant consumer advocate, I think sometimes beginning 2015 through all the way to 2021 when I joined the commission. Of late, I'm also involved in regional electric matters, and I was selected by NERUC to represent the New England interest. So there were two commissioners that were chosen in this pan-national effort to look at how we can improve the interplay between different states, impacting transmission, gas electric coordination, all of that. So that is a FERC states collaboration, and I'm part of it. So I'm going to now dive into the slides. As should be apparent from the previous discussions, we have a significant role in setting rates, and the goal for us to do that in a just and reasonable manner. That's the main focus. And much of the most important dockets usually tend to be the rate cases. So right now we have a couple of rate cases ongoing, though I cannot talk about them, but they take up a lot of our time in understanding what is being proposed and, again, meeting our statutory role. The other types of rates are also very important. So if you go to the next slide, I've mentioned some of the rates that we look at, and I'd like to stress that given the change in the competitive environment, you have now community power, you have a lot more competitive energy supply. The default service rate has taken greater importance and we've started taking a look at it. So it's not merely restricting the monopoly power of the regulated utilities, it's also looking at fostering a competitive environment. And that requires that we look at what's going on in other rates. And we have been guiding the default service rates in a particular manner of late. And I'm going to talk about it in the next slide. Just a moment. So for a reference, if folks want to take a look at a particular utility, you can go back and look at what's going on in docket DE 23043 and docket DE 24046. So for example, for February 2025 to July 2025, the Commission has directed Eversource, for example, to self-procure 30% of its expected residential load. So what the Commission has done, we've started looking at data, and we've come to the realization that the 100% purchase of power from any other third-party suppliers tags on a big premium, okay, which the ratepayers have been paying, and it tends to be that, looking at historical data, that they pay a lot more than what they would if they were at least partly buying on their own directly, talking about utilities, looking at the markets at any point in time and purchasing power. That would save a lot of money for residential customers. You go to slide, I can't see the number, sorry. This one.
That's slide 32. Yeah, it's okay. 32.
Slide 32. I'm trying to. Oh, you're there. Okay. Yeah. So I just wanted to highlight here that I looked at the data and the markups between what the wholesale electric market prices turn out to be, as opposed to what the rates tend to be in the default service. the markups are given here for the different months, August 23 to November 24. Of course, when you have very high energy prices, you'll see the markups are really high. And when the energy prices are low, the markups are not that high, but they're still pretty substantial. So, for example, in November 2024, the number is 63%. And so it's still pretty high. So, so that's the message that I wanted to capture here, even though you can also infer that over time, with the move from 100% procurement from third party to partly self-supply, right now Eversource has 12.5% of its energy needs being met through self-supply. So if they do that, that also probably impacted this trend. So you see here. But it's not as clear as what would appear in the next slide.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman? I know we
Yes.
usually wait for questions, but I just wondered if at this moment we could ask the commissioner to explain what self-supply is. I'm certainly not familiar.
Certainly.
Sure, yeah. So the utility not running an RFP. So for example, they want to procure energy in February. They will buy energy based on the spot market prices or whatever the real prices are at that time. So that's self-supply. They're not spot, but I hesitate to use that term strictly because there are other elements to it. So going to slide number 33, you will notice that since July 2023, when the ratepayers, residential ratepayers in New Hampshire paid the highest price relative to the other, other states, their prices in October 2024 was the lowest among the divested states. Okay, so that's the red line. If you look at, it was at the highest in July 2023, and its lowest except for Vermont in October 2024. So why am I pointing out except Vermont? Because Vermont isn't a divested state. So they're not in the markets like the other states are. So that tells me that this move towards, within quote, self-supply is helping. And if based on what is expected in the early part of 2025, I would expect the electric rates in New Hampshire to go even lower.
Representative McGee would like to interrupt with a question.
Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for taking my question. So are we to assume that that's the only input to lowering those prices? Because I know we've increased competition in that same period of time with community power driving prices down as well, right? Some competition in the market.
That is correct. So that's why even for the previous slides, even though you see a trend, we cannot be 100% sure it's just about one specific input. And likewise for this graph, yes, but I'm just saying, this is a significant change from what happened in July 2023 to October, and part of it is maybe we are already seeing some benefits of moving to the self-supply.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Just to further add on to Commissioner Chattopadhyay's comments, what we know is that in the last cycle, the wholesale price with all of the additions and everything added in was about $65 a megawatt hour for supply. The distribution utilities are selling, so the market price beginning February 1st varies between $83 a megawatt hour and $89 a megawatt hour. And had we gone to the old process, had we just gone through the third-party bidding process, the price would have been about $100 a megawatt hour. So we know what's happening as we go, and if we were able to get to the 100% wholesale price, it would be about $65 a megawatt hour.
So to the point about other things happening in the market in terms of competition, the last point in slide 34, it's the great, so this is important as in for an economist. So greater reliance on self-supply potentially also supports greater retail competition between competitive energy suppliers, community power aggregators, and utilities, with pricing signals sans unnecessary risk premiums. Slide 35, I'll just quickly go over, like there are other mechanisms that can help lead to a more competitive outcome, and view, this, I won't go over them point by point, but the important thing here is that there is also a linkage between what do you see in the retail markets and what do you see in wholesale markets. And if you want to better link the retail markets with the wholesale markets to get to a more competitive outcome. Okay. And so now I'm going to slightly change the discussion a bit. This is more about our role in the regional landscape. Okay. So slide number 36 shows how in the US you have different RTOs, and New Hampshire is part of the ISO New England RTO. Okay. And it based on the statute, it is up to us to represent the interest of New Hampshire ratepayers, customers. It's in the statute. So we have a role in ensuring that, first of all, the policies that are there in the state policies are being consistently adhered to when we participate in regional activities. And number two, it's as an economist, it's really about getting the benefits of competition. That's what drives my way of looking at things. So quickly, there are two major players in the regional arena. It's obviously for us, it's the ISO New England and it's FERC. ISO New England is answerable to FERC. So those are the two major entities, but there are other entities that we get involved in so that we can impress upon ISO New England or FERC what is right for us. And those regional bodies are represented in page 39. Okay, so there are three major players. One of them is NECPUC, and that's the commissioners are part of it. The second is NESCO. They get involved in NEPOOL matters before ISO New England. So they, for different committees in NEPOOL, have representation from NESCO. And I'm not talking about voting rights. I'm just saying they're present there to let them know what the states think. And lastly, NARUC, which is a national organization of the regulated utility commissioners. There too, we have a role. And so initially, when I was introducing myself, I talked about this collaboration between FERC and states. That was started by NARUC, and I'm part of it. So again, going back to so if you go to slide 40, I'm stressing the importance of linking retail competition with wholesale competition. So I personally believe that there is a role for us in improving participation by end customers here in the state in wholesale market activities so that they can also benefit from it. Generally, what happens is the wholesale electric markets, given ISO New England's focus on transmission and other things, they tend to be more guided by, how they can get supply cheaply. But so that thrust kind of misses the point that even ratepayers as end users, retail customers, can benefit from the wholesale markets directly by participating through demand response. So that is something that I'm also part of. There's a working group that I'm participating in. So I wanted to hurry a little bit because of the time constraints. Thank you.
Well, thank you to the three of you. I have to say I've sat through quite a number of PUC presentations in the past, and this one was by far the best I have sat through. You gentlemen have compiled an excellent handbook, if you will, of matters that members of this committee can use as reference as we do our work on the legislative side in the upcoming year. So I want to thank all three of you for the hard work you've put into this presentation and commend you on its excellence. Now, I know we have a presentation scheduled by the New England Power Generators Association at 2:00, but I'm going to allow questions for as long as the committee has them to these commissioners while we have them here, because we don't get a chance to talk to you guys very often. So Representative Bernardi will start us off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Pennsylvania sits on the world's largest supply of natural gas. And yet we are foreclosed from getting additional natural gas here because New York and Massachusetts have passed laws saying you may not expand or add additional pipelines. You talked about cooperative agreements and opportunities with working with other commissioners and working with FERC. Is there an opportunity anywhere in there for you to make the case through those organizations that the upcoming Department of Justice ought to bring suit against those states to stop that violation of interstate commerce, or any other opportunity for opening up gas pipeline service to New England?
On the first part, not being a lawyer, I'm not going to risk commenting on it, but as far as trying to get the benefits of access to gas markets, that is something that personally, even in the gas electric coordination discussion that we are having, it's part of the mix. So the important point to me when I'm participating in the regional activities is, the other states also will share their views. And the main point, however, is that, New England, this is my thinking, New England, we have a problem with extreme winters. So that's when we rely too much on gas and gas isn't available. So that can create a situation that would be pretty scary, actually. So we have to do everything possible to solve that problem. And that may, in my head, I don't have a preconceived notion, but if there's a need to get gas from somewhere else through whatever mechanisms, they're talking about storage, they're talking about whether is it even possible to build pipelines. A lot of states will tell you that's not happening, but I'm just sharing my general thoughts that it's part of the way I look at things.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and so good to see the PUC commissioners here. Chairman Goldner, you talked briefly about the enforcement aspect of what the commission does, and I'm just wondering, can you elaborate on that a bit more? What sorts of areas you do enforcement and what that really entails, and maybe an example or two?
Thank you. So what I meant to say was that the enforcement elements and audit elements in that slide went over to the DOE. So there is no enforcement. There is no audit within the current PUC. So I meant to say that they had shifted over to the Department of Energy.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Chair. This is so the PUC works a lot with making decisions that amount to a lot of money, and they work with some very powerful corporations, industries. Does the PUC have an ethics code, and if so, is it enforced in any way?
So the PUC is subject to the executive branch's ethics code, which is quite robust. And there is enforcement of it in instances where complaints are made by the Attorney General's office and the Ethics Oversight Board. Other than that, there are statutory provisions that require us to be ethical as well. I'm not going to be able to cite it off the top of my head, but it's but essentially there's a code of conduct separate from the executive branch ethics rules that we must follow. And it's early in chapter 363, maybe somewhere around section 7. I don't have my citation with me, and but it's somewhere around that area. But it'll give you a sense of the kinds of things, and they're quite robust as well.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, and thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at slide fostering retail competition. They don't have numbers on mine, so I don't know, 39, 40. Oh, you can't see them. Okay. All right. Well, fostering retail competition is on the title. And what I wanted to ask you about is, it looks like some of the considerations or some of the attributes that you're looking at in terms of fostering retail competition in the energy market include things that are technology dependent. So time of use rates, dynamic pricing, real-time pricing, transactive energy markets. New Hampshire's not really leveraging any of that, mostly because we're inhibited by consistent technology that would allow people to leverage that. So my question is really, are there any dockets or any conversations around where the utilities are at in terms of moving the state towards those technologies so that we could leverage those pieces to try and gain efficiencies, not just in how the market operates, but also in really sort of dialing in those values that we keep trying to arrive at in terms of rate making and pricing and the value of energy that people are starting to create on their own. I know it's a big question, but I'm just curious.
As far as specific dockets are concerned, I'm going to let Chairman Gollner talk about it. But for example, data platform, that docket is ongoing, and but I'll bring a sort of a different perspective given my participation in regional activities. One of the reasons that we have a working group trying to work on demand response there is essentially also about what do we need in terms of the capacity to allow retail customers to directly participate in wholesale electric markets. And that discussion is happening. The key players are ISO New England. There are other technology-driven companies that are also part of the mix. There are companies that provide demand response that are in the discussion. So that is a goal that, in my opinion, is going to be, or not goal, that is something that we need to leverage if we're going to be solving not merely the competitiveness of markets in general, but also given what's happening in the gas market. So for winter preparedness, that's going to be an important element. And that's where they can extract value. So as a residential customer, I can extract a lot more value if I provide some sort of a response during those times that allows you to not rely on gas because it's not there. So I'm just giving you general.
Yes, go ahead.
So the follow-up in the conversation you and I are just having is, it sounds like today, we don't have an adequate call and response, right? So if somebody had capacity to respond to a demand, a need for energy at a certain time of year, we don't have the capability to actualize that demand response. Is that correct?
Since we are talking in general terms, there are aggregators that are participating. And so that some customers are benefiting from it. What I'm talking about is a more technology-driven approach where even one retail customer can actually participate in a program and get benefits.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Additional questions? Let's go with Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair Vos, and thank you, PUC, for being here today. I'm looking at page 15, your commissioner proceedings, and you've outlined people into separate groups: Department of Energy, Office of Consumer Advocates, and interveners. I would imagine that very often the interveners, in any given case, their testimony might be significantly different than, say, the Department of Energy. Do you find that to be true of the Office of the Consumer Advocate? Do they bring a unique voice to the table, in your opinion?
I think I hate to start with the answer of it depends. I hate to start with that, but if I think about the majority of dockets, the Office of the Consumer Advocate is bringing the ratepayer interests. And so the Office of the Consumer Advocate doesn't participate in every docket, partially because it doesn't, necessarily affect the ratepayer interests. The Department of Energy participates automatically in every docket. And so, there's a difference in that regard. And if you're asking about the difference in what they're bringing, the Department of Energy will provide testimony in many dockets. The Office of the Consumer Advocate, not so much, probably a resourcing issue or something like that. But the Consumer Advocate doesn't provide testimony to the commission with the same kind of frequency that the department does. So that's partially an answer to your question. The intervener input is, it can be aligned with the consumer advocate in the department, and it can be a little bit different. But I think I don't see a huge difference in what's being brought before us. I'm sorry that was not so specific, but there's so many different cases. We're handling hundreds of cases. It's a little bit hard to sort of think about the connection between all of them. And I apologize for the vagueness of the answer.
No problem. That's understandable, but thank you.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two very quick questions. On slide 22, you list sewage disposal as one of your responsibilities. Does that also include the disbursement of biosolids?
When you say biosolids, do you mean land spreading of sludge, or do you mean something else?
That's exactly what I mean.
It's to my knowledge, we don't handle that.
Okay.
And if I could follow up to your previous question, RSA 36312 is the statute that deals with the ethical conduct of the PUC.
Thank you. My second question was, and I hate this discussion so much. However, on slide 5, you say that the DOE should provide support. Shouldn't that be shall provide support? Isn't that their responsibility?
That is, I've got the statutory provisions down below in 12P2 and 3 and 12P33, and it does not say shall in the statute. So we're just reporting what the statute tells us to do.
Thank you.
Representative Ploget has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Commissioner Chattopadhyay, is it?
So
Yes. Going back to the page 25, I think you were mentioning you open a docket. I'll come to the question. You open a docket on ratepayers' requests for rate change, and you mentioned that this goes back to Representative Wendy Thomas's ethics. You mentioned you can't discuss that because of priority discussions. My question is, in that docket, that you can only, we know there's a docket open on a rate change. We know the end result is, what is the ethical and authority of someone to look into the docket to see exactly what transpired in between? Is there an oversight on that? Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question, Representative? Just so I'm clear, are you asking where can one get information about the docket, or and maybe see the decision that was made, or do you mean something different?
Internally, not for the public or myself, is there an oversight within the POC of what transpired to come up to that end result?
You mean the commissioner's deliberations then?
Yes, we could describe it as that.
I don't think that there's oversight in the manner that you might be thinking. So in other words, if the commissioners deliberate, they'll have frank conversations among themselves about a docket that's before them when reaching their decision. But that's, there isn't really any oversight of that process, other than the public process that this is all part of. So, I mean, everything is open to the public.
I think my question was answered. Yes, I was just wondering how it was done, so I can see where the commissioners would have
Okay.
open private discussion.
Did I answer that correct? Answer your question then?
Yes, Chair, my question has been answered. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm new, so.
Yeah. I like to believe I'm new too. So I didn't fully understand your question, but this might be a little bit helpful. When it's, for me, what's part of the record is extremely important. So we have a process, it's the record gets created, and that is the basis for my ability to come to a decision. So
A follow-up?
Yes, follow up.
Yes, you opened that back up by that. So the frank discussions between the commissioners, that is not in the record, though. Is that true?
On the deliberations.
On the deliberations, yeah.
If it was in the record, they couldn't have frank discussions.
Yeah.
So I don't see what the issue is there. Representative Ploget, remember, we're here to ask questions, not have a debate.
I was trying to come to the question if it was there and if there was someone else in the department that had oversight to it. But now I understand it is not there. So
Okay.
that was answered.
Great, thank you. Representative Swanson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. This is probably for Commissioner Chattopadhyay. Did I hopefully get that right? And at any rate, there's a lot of focus on reducing costs, and I think that we would all agree that's that's usually a very good thing. But I'm also aware as a homeowner that there are certain things I need to plan for and invest in, and I gather from your discussion about RFPs versus, direct negotiation or something like that, that you reduce the effort and cost associated with RFP gathering. But I'm not seeing in the emphasis on reducing rates to where investment comes in. And I recall my wife worked for PSNH ages ago. And I learned that when for example, the electric company wants to build a new power generation plant, they need to plan out for, say, the next 30 or 40 years. That needs to last that long. So they need to figure that out, and they also need to realize they're making a huge investment, and somehow that's going to have to be paid for. It seems like there's a goal of reducing expenses in the current context of what we have available, or maybe this is the job of somebody else, or perhaps you just leave it to the utility to determine that, hey, we're either going to have an expansion of demand of electricity, and existing sources of supply aren't going to cover that, so we're going to have to make a major investment here. Where does that fit into this whole picture?
I'm glad you asked that question, because New Hampshire since the mid-90s has been deregulated, meaning that the power generation, the utilities in New Hampshire are distribution-only utilities. They don't own the generation. So that's a really important distinction, because when we talk about default service and all these other sort of strange terms, what we're really talking about is these utilities that are now distribution utilities. They now have to purchase their power from somewhere. So the question is, do they purchase it from a third party? Do they purchase it directly from the ISO New England market? And what has been going on at the commission for the last couple of years is we've been investigating going from the current process, or let's say the existing process, which was for the utilities to purchase their power from third parties, to going directly to the wholesale market, and I'll say it this way, cutting out the middleman. So by looking at the data with the utilities and with the DOE and with the OCA and with all the parties, what we've determined by looking at the data is that, yes, it's true that middleman makes money. And so the cheapest way of getting the power is to go directly to the wholesale market, like the Costco equivalent of power, so that you can get the lowest possible price.
So, sorry, follow-on question then. The wholesale market. So you've made several references to the wholesale market. And so is that like outside the scope of the things that you do for rate settings, and it's up to somebody else to say, hey, if I'll get some land and build a power plant, and then I will offer to sell for so much money to the system. And so that's the wholesale market you're referring to, and you don't get involved in regulating that, because somehow sooner or later that, the cost of building that is going to have to be decided up front, and then somebody's maybe through they becomes the wholesale cost.
Yeah, let me try to answer that. I think of it as like a hub and spoke. So the ISO New England guys down in Connecticut, they're the wholesalers. They're the Costco of our space. And so you can go into ISO New England on any day, at any hour, at any minute, and you can purchase your power at a wholesale price. And so what the utilities do, Eversource, Liberty, Unitil, is that they have two processes for securing their energy supply today. They either go directly to that wholesale market, the ISO New England market, and they purchase on a daily or even hourly basis, or they can go through that third-party bidding process, which happens every 6 months. And right now, the commission, as I think Commissioner Chottopatai, just to repeat what he said earlier, today Liberty is at 50% wholesale, 50% third-party bidding. The other two utilities are 30-70, 30% wholesale, 70% third-party bidding. And that's the mix of power that they're purchasing from the market for their customers. So that's we call that default service, which is the power that's secured for you so that you don't have to worry about it as a homeowner. I can see that I did not quite answer your question. But I tried.
I don't want to drag it out, but I guess I'm still not getting the answer I thought about what's driving the wholesale market to invest.
So ISO New England has a queue of new construction for new generation facilities that are going to be built over the next whatever number of years. That's the answer to your question. If you could look at that queue, you could see what ISO New England thinks we need to build, or what generators have come to ISO New England and offered to build, and get in that queue so that they can build generation for the future.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. That's very
Okay,
good. Thank you.
and if I could add.
And that's a nice segue into our next presentation from the New England Power Generators Association. But I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Delorfano.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just maybe add a little bit of clarity. So before I was in government service, I represented a lot of renewable energy developers. So I can tell you how their thinking is around some of this stuff. And this pretty much goes for any generator, not just the renewable folks, is that all generators now are price takers. Okay, so they're not price makers like they were in the past when we had a vertically integrated utility system in New Hampshire. So that means that if you are, just say for instance, a solar developer, and you want to interconnect, a megawatt of solar here in New Hampshire onto the grid someplace, you need to model your economics around what the wholesale price is, what price they're actually going to get for that power. But solar, like some other renewables, they have other adders to them. So you've got RPS, you have tax credits. One of the things that I did in private practice was I monetized tax credits for folks so that they could develop some of these solar projects. And once you kind of have a handle on those things, I'm trying to keep this very general, then a developer can make an economic decision to see whether or not they're going to be able to make their required rate of return. These things have nothing to do with what we regulate on the utility side. The investments we regulate are to the distribution system. They're not on the generation side. So really free market participants, developers are the folks that decide whether or not their economic model is going to work for them. And they'll attract investment for it as well as debt financing. And again, monetizing those federal tax credits are also very important. But at the end of the day, being a price taker, they have to model their economics around what the market is likely to pay for their power. And so it's a risky business. It's not as it's not a sure thing. Some programs look to try and normalize that a bit, but it's not it's not like how it was when public service would decide to build a power plant, and they would forecast out demand for a number of years, and they would build a facility in order to meet that demand. It's somewhat different. Did that answer your question?
Okay, great. I think we need to segue into our next presentation from the New England. What's that? All right. One last question, and then we'll move on to the New England Power Generators Association.
Thank you, and I look
presentation.
forward to that presentation. Just a very quick question on slide 14. The last bullet is that the commission can order reparations or impose penalties. Can you give us some examples of reparations or penalties and the last time one was imposed? Thank you.
You want me? Okay. So I'm going to answer your second part of your question first. Again, I'm new to the commission, so I couldn't tell you when the last time the commission had imposed a penalty or reparations. Generally, what this is around is consumer complaints. So if a consumer complains about being charged more than what they were supposed to be charged, that complaint would first originate over at the Department of Energy. The Department of Energy would investigate the complaint and would generally be resolved at that level. However, let's imagine a situation where a ratepayer was still dissatisfied. That ratepayer could then, it's not quite appeal, but they could then petition the PUC to look into that matter. And the PUC could hold a hearing and try to judge the facts of it to see whether or not the utility had actually acted wrongly in that case. If we find that they did, then we could impose a penalty. And by reparations, that means if someone paid 9 cents instead of 5 cents, then we could give them the delta of 4 cents as part of that order. That's mainly what that's around. There are some other more nuanced areas, but they don't arise frequently. I don't know if you guys ever awarded reparations to anybody. No, so this is something that hasn't come up, I think, in a little while.
Again, I cannot give you a specific docket, but I'm going back to my experience. So this is before I became a commissioner. I do remember there were times when a utility was penalized. So I'm just giving a general context. So, it did happen to the best of my recollection.
Okay, I want to thank all three of you again for being here. Outstanding presentation, excellent answers to our questions. We really appreciate you providing that resource to us. Thank you again. All right, next up, the New England Power Generators Association. Good afternoon, Molly and Dan. I'll let you introduce yourselves, but want to welcome you to ST&E.
And we're happy to be here while everyone gets settled. Dan, our president, is handing out our presentation. In the interest of time, we thought we would keep this more conversational. And so we will refer to this, but we're not going through the slides, if you would. Rather, we want to give you a brief orientation as to who we are and what we do and how we got here and what the grid looks like now and going forward, and really reserve the majority of the time for question and answer, as I know that that's really where the committee wanted to spend its time. So I'll give people a moment to make sure they have their presentation.
Jump right in.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. I'm Molly Connors. I'm an analyst with the New England Power Generators Association. This is Dan Dolan, my boss, our president. So I think we'll be able to clarify any questions regarding wholesale markets and the way power plants are developed. I was here for the PUC and know that there were some questions around that. Hopefully between us today and ISO New England tomorrow, you'll be able to get some clarity on those issues, on how the wholesale markets work and how they developed. So first off, who are we? In your presentation, this would be slide 2. This is really our cover slide. Who are we? We represent the power generating facilities, the power plants in New England that are not owned by utilities. And so that's the vast majority of power plants in New England. They are not owned by vertically integrated utilities. And so our members own and operate about 27,000 megawatts of generating capacity. That's the vast majority, well over 95% of the generating capacity in New England. Of that, we have just about every type of technology in our membership. We have coal plants, we have oil, gas, we have nuclear, lots of solar, offshore wind, onshore wind. Really, every type of technology is probably a member of our organization. Of the 27,000 megawatts, though, about 30% are non-emitting or renewable. That could be nuclear, that could be a different type of renewable resource. Again, it sort of underscores the diversity of the generating facilities in New England. Collectively, about 4,000 people are employed by the generating facilities throughout New England. Specific to New Hampshire, our members provide about 4,300 megawatts of generating capacity. And really, there is a large amount of diversity within that, too. We have a nuclear power plant, there are biomass facilities, run-of-river hydro facilities, solar facilities. Again, there's a lot of diversity within the membership. And within New Hampshire, about 1,800 megawatts are carbon-free or zero carbon, and about 750 to 1,000 people are employed at the power plants in New England. So that's the, do we want questions, or should I keep going?
Okay.
My question is, it says you provide approximately 4,300 megawatts of capacity for New Hampshire, and I was just wondering if you knew what the overall capacity number is for the state of New Hampshire? In other words, like what percentage?
So I would say when we think about power generating in the megawatts, our members, NEPCA represents by and large the larger power plants. Now, certainly there are smaller power plants. In particular, I'm thinking of hydro facilities. The larger hydro facilities are members of NEPCA. I would say usually 1 or 5 megawatts or greater. But throughout New Hampshire and really New England, there are a lot of smaller hydros. Those are not necessarily NEPCA members. Same for solar. If there's a solar facility that's commercial scale large, it's largely a NEPCA member, but the smaller ones like rooftop solar, those typically are not members of our organization.
Okay, I think what I was trying to get at was of if 4,300 megawatts is what percentage of, do you have an idea of how many megawatts we need in order to supply our electric needs currently?
That's a good question. I think, so I would say our members plus the smaller ones that I mentioned are the total amount. I don't know. I think that might be a good question for ISO New England or.
Sure, I can take a crack. So, Representative, good to see you. It's a comparable percentage to what it is region-wide. So we are in the upper 90% of overall capacity. It is notable, however, that New Hampshire is a net exporter of electricity as well. And so if the specific question is, what percentage of our members provide the needs of New Hampshire? I don't have those numbers to my fingertips because it gets a little tricky what's in-state versus sold into the regional market.
Thank you. So moving on to the next slide, I want to get a little bit into something I think the committee has already discussed a little bit, which is how did we get where we are? Why are the merchant power plants not owned by utilities? And I think the previous speakers got to this a little bit. You know, from the time electricity was invented, your utility owned everything. It owned the power plant, it owned the big transmission line, it owned the distribution, the smaller line. You could argue they even owned the customers because customers had no choice. Over time, particularly in New England in the 90s, there were increasing frustrations with consumers, with legislators, with regulators, that the cost overruns at utilities were unmanageable, largely focused on construction and operation of power plants. Really, we were striking a point where regulation was just insufficient to get at the challenges. A lot of cost overruns with power plants and then the inefficient operations of them. And so what happened was a lot of legislators decided to break up the monopoly in terms of the power generating facilities. And so what they did was allow the power plants to be sold off from the utilities, and private companies that focus exclusively on operating and constructing and maintaining power plants took over that specific part of the energy system. And so that's why now you have these energy companies that focus almost exclusively on running and operating power plants in comparison with a utility that's really focusing on wires and poles and delivering electricity. And so we have seen a number of improvements as a result of this. First off, the overall efficiency at most plants increased by 20% just by spinning them off from the utilities and forcing them to be subject to competitive forces. That's almost like if you needed 5 plants under utility ownership to meet a certain need, under competition, you needed only 4. It's a significant market improvement. And Dan will talk more about what that's meant in terms of cost and in terms of environmental impact, but overall it's been very, very positive. And I would just end my portion of the sort of how did we get here by saying, after restructuring, after the power plants were sold off, we have still seen significant investment in New England in terms of power plants. Billions of dollars have been invested. More than 10,000 megawatts of power generating facilities have been constructed throughout New England in response to competitive forces. And that has all been without ratepayer risk. This has not been part of the rate base in the utilities. This has been outside of economic regulation. This has been through competitive forces administered in a market run by ISO New England.
Can we interrupt you for a question here?
Of course, you're the chair.
Representative Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Since you opened the door of your last statement, I will say, therefore, do you see a open opportunity in investment for small-scale nuclear to come into the state, and would you support that?
That's a very good question. Some of our members do own nuclear facilities. Right now, what we're hearing is, and I'm sure Dan will elaborate on this, but small modular nuclear reactors are extremely expensive, and the wholesale electricity markets have driven costs down. Overall, that has benefited consumers. I know that this is a technology that's of great interest to a lot of people. Right now, what we hear from our members who do invest in power plants is a challenge is the capital intensity. The cost of building a new nuclear power facility, even a small modular reactor, can be quite
inhibitive.
And if I could pile on to that, I think part of the mix and the challenge that we face here is resources that are high capital cost, upfront costs, that then have low marginal cost in terms of the energy they produce to come into place. Think nuclear, think things like wind, some other resources like that, versus relatively lower upfront capital cost, but then a higher marginal cost to operate. And again, here, an example is something like a natural gas power plant where it's relatively cheaper to build, but then has a higher fuel cost to operate into the market. To that tension that exists in every electricity market in the world. With respect to small modular reactors in general, I am long-term quite bullish, but we need to build one somewhere first. And that right now is the biggest challenge. Is there are pilot projects and initial projects in places like Ontario, Wyoming. Let's see how some of those initial developments work. And then I think the site of large-scale existing nuclear facilities like Seabrook are prime opportunities to potentially add on to something like a small modular reactor. But right now we see it as something that is unlikely to happen in a place like New England until we see a demonstration elsewhere.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in to take our questions today. In a similar vein, I'm wondering if from a generator's perspective, what do you see the prospect for renewable utility scale generation? We talked this morning about the renewable portfolio standard and where that's going to go. Just based on market forces going out 10, 20 years, what is the outlook for utility scale renewable, including offshore wind?
So we see a tremendous amount of development of renewables. That's been the fastest growing segment of the New England fuel mix overall. If you skip over to slide 7 here, you'll see that renewables now make up just under 20% of the actual generation, the megawatt hours produced in New England. A lot of that is some of the older legacy hydro facilities, a number of which are on the Connecticut River here in New Hampshire. But we also see that from growing segments of utility scale, large scale wind, solar. We do represent the first commercial scale offshore wind facility, Vineyard Offshore, off the coast of Massachusetts. And we continue to see opportunities for renewables writ large. If I could bounce around a little bit here, because I think this is going to touch on some of this. If you then skip over to slides 9 and 10 here that I'm going to try and take collectively, I think fundamentally the issue that we have, whether that's with respect to the question earlier from Representative Swanson to the PUC commissioner, some of the questions here with new nuclear and renewables is what is the actual supply mix that we're going to need, not today, but tomorrow? What are the price signals that are going to help get us there, and to what degree is investment going to support that? And how does that fundamentally get at the most important element of these markets, which is reliability? And so what we see today is a major point of transition in the electricity market. And we've seen these come almost once every 10 years or so, feels like it's the rhythm of this, where right now we see significant amounts of older generation, either retiring or making announcements for permanent retirement. What you see on slide 9 is a number of those facilities that between the years 2024 and 2028, we expect roughly 3,000 megawatts of existing facilities to go away. In place of that, there has been a tremendous push, particularly from some of the southern New England states, to then determine what types of resources they want to see come in and replace that, almost entirely renewable facilities. And so they've entered into decades-long contracts to support some of those facilities. And here we see large-scale growth on solar, offshore wind, and contracting for Canadian Hydro over new transmission line. Those numbers should roughly, over the next 4 or 5 years, balance out with about 3,000 megawatts going away, about 3,000 megawatts entering the market. And again, this has been the rhythm of this market for about 30 years now. The challenge that is unique to today, and I think moving forward, and I would be most interested in having the conversation with this committee, is that system has worked very smoothly in large part because over those last 20 to 30 years, electricity demand has regularly gone down. And so there has been much more bandwidth to match some of that exit and entry in the marketplace with a little bit more wiggle room. What we are now facing is the first period of time in a long, long time in which demand is going up. Now, it's going up slowly right now, but the expectation is that that increase could certainly accelerate. And certainly, I think we have a responsibility to examine what happens if it does accelerate. And that now collapses that wiggle room, that bandwidth. And the challenge now is really making sure that as we get those entry and exit signals, that they are lining up and that there is not a lag time between those, that we continue to maintain the high degree of reliability that we've been able to enjoy and serve in this region, particularly as we further electrify broader segments of the economy, and it becomes a more important societal issue to maintain that reliability overall.
Follow up.
Yeah, so that, no, thank you for taking my question, Mr. Chair. So that, brings up the obvious question, what are the bottlenecks to making sure that happens?
The two most fundamental are siting and financing. And right now, the siting is predominantly in the control of the individual states, and we are seeing movement across a number of New England states to try and either streamline or at least facilitate a more timely consideration of large-scale projects. New Hampshire went through a major reform of its siting statute several years ago, and I know much more recently that has become reemerged as a topic of interest. We would be very interested in having that conversation with you all. There was a major piece of legislation signed into law in Massachusetts just about 6 weeks ago that I think is a major step forward there. And my hope is that we see that translated in other states. I think the most fundamental challenge that we have in New Hampshire and unique to New England is this tension between local control and statewide societal needs. The government structure of town meeting is a remarkable and I think unique aspect to New England governance. It makes it hard to build multi-community, large-scale infrastructure projects, whether that's energy or anything else. And so part of the tension that we have is how do we maintain local control and recognition of the challenges and the benefits that can accrue to a host community, while still making sure that we're creating an environment in which these large manufacturing industrial facilities can get built and sited that serve a much wider population base. I don't have a silver bullet answer, but that's a tension that we face. The second is that financing piece, is how do we pay for it? And right now, New England-wide, and Commissioner Chattopadhyay spoke a little bit to this, we are in the midst of a multi-year effort to do the most fundamental redesign of our wholesale electricity markets to more sharply account and accredit for what individual resources are actually providing for reliability and paying them for it. And those that are not, shouldn't. It's been a long time coming, and we're getting there. And our hope is that over the next 18 to 24 months, we have a much more granular and sharply focused market design that can help get that financing done so that we can build those new resources coming in. But the way that the electricity market is designed is for the most economical resource to be built. And right now, that does not account for certain environmental or climate attributes. And to the degree an individual state wants those, that's where we also see now a tension of states adding additional funding or subsidies for individual resources because they're not being called for through the market itself.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for coming. You actually spurred my thought about two questions. So I'm wondering about the interconnection queue and what sort of obstacle that poses for the generators. But also, just as I looked through here, I didn't see anything about storage. And of course, Schiller and Merrimack Station are going to become predominantly storage. Schiller entirely, Merrimack combines solar and storage. And also, I'm thinking about the Form Energy project up in Maine, which is going to be a huge amount of storage. And I know that technically that's not generation, but it is putting stuff onto the grid. And I'm wondering how that fits into what you folks do.
Sure. So I'll take the second one first. On the storage side, I actually don't look at it as incremental. I look at it as moving generation from one period of time to another. Some have termed it a time machine in that respect, and it can create efficiencies on the system in which there are periods of time in which we have excess generation and move that generation to then a period of time of higher demand. So there is a tremendous value of storage overall. The fundamental issue that we have with storage is that overall duration, where I think right now the fastest growing segment of storage are 2 to 4 hour length batteries that are tremendously valuable of moving power within a day. I think of them as kind of an intraday help of taking from certain portions of the day and pushing it to others. The most simple way in my mind is take it from 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the sun is shining brightest, move it to 7 or 8 o'clock at night as we see that evening ramp up and the sun is going down. I think fundamentally, from a reliability standpoint, the biggest challenge in New England going forward are going to be those multi-day cold snaps, particularly as we bring in more heat pumps, higher electricity loads in the winter months, in which we see some of the constraints on the fuel delivery system overall. How do we deal with day 5, 6, or 7 of a 10-day cold snap in which there's 6 inches of snow on top of a lot of the solar panels, and it just is one of those still wind days that's really cold? That is where multi-day storage systems could be tremendously beneficial. The Form Energy project up in Lincoln, Maine, is a proposal for a 100-hour battery. That obviously is very exciting and creates some real opportunity. I will say, like small modular reactors, we haven't seen one yet, and so it's hard to really say exactly what that impact is going to be or to what degree that is scalable or replicable overall. But yes, that is a really important piece. On the interconnection side, that is a very difficult issue. I will say we have seen improvements at ISO New England, particularly with respect to clustering and being able to model multiple projects at once and not just go project by project. That being said, this is always going to be a frustrating period in which there are bottlenecks on mapping that system overall, which is where we have frankly pushed more on making sure that state siting statutes can be done as quickly as possible so that when a project does get through that interconnection study at ISO New England, we're ready to move and move forward. So I know that's not an entirely satisfying answer on the interconnection side, but it's a tricky issue.
Representative Mattson has a question.
I was just wondering, do you know how many megawatt hour of storage we have right now in New Hampshire?
I don't.
Well, so we focus a lot on lithium ion batteries. They're the newer technology, and I think you see a lot of that on the distribution system. But historically, we've actually already had a lot of storage facilities on the grid in the terms of pumped hydro power. So there are 2 large facilities, one in Western Mass and one in Connecticut. They're both in Massachusetts. I've only been to one, and one is about 8,000 megawatts, and the other is 10, or one is 3? Oh, I'm way off.
Yeah.
I need to drop a 0. Anyway, they're probably a combination of 2,000 or 3,000 megawatts, and they're at the top of a mountain on a river, and so they can pump water to the top of the mountain and hold it in a pond. And when the grid needs electricity, the water goes down the mountain and spins the turbine in the other way. And so historically, we've actually had a lot of storage. I think the question is, what about the batteries that are made out of lithium-ion? You know, I think we're seeing a lot of investment on the distribution system. I think in terms of resilience and supporting communities, maybe after a storm is where you see a lot of investment in that. I think in terms of the wholesale electricity markets, where you have larger resources, you see, I think a good chunk of the ISO New England queue is battery storage. But I would think it would be in the thousands, but those are what's being proposed. In terms of what's actually on the grid, it's probably in the hundreds.
Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Turning to slide 5, you have an 800% increase in transmission rates since 2004. What's the big driver of that, and what can we do to knock that down a bit?
This is our favorite slide and the one that gets the most attention. And truly, it is put here not as an advocacy for a specific policy or a direct answer, because it is a really complicated answer, right? Our job is to produce electrons that then we require transmission to move to the market, to get to our customer base. And New England, unsurprisingly, has an old transmission and distribution network, and it does need to be reinvested in and kept up. This is largely put on this slide because we also know that one of the biggest pressures you all feel as the representatives of your constituents is what's going on in my electric bill. Why is the price what it is? And to recognize that the production of electricity, like on the prior slide, is a volatile commodity. And we see that go up and down year to year, and it tends to be the sharpest mover. We also don't want to ignore the frog getting boiled in the pot of water slowly over time with increasing temperatures. And that's really what we're seeing on the transmission side. I will say from a policy standpoint, I believe personally, it is the result of two well-intentioned policies that had unintended consequences. The first is that in 2005, Congress passed the Energy Policy Act of 2005 that created an explicit increased revenue opportunity for large-scale transmission development by utilities. It is the national policy of the United States to build more transmission to farther and farther flung places, largely to interconnect both populations, but with sources that produce lots of wind, lots of solar, and even the gas fields, building a gas plant right on top of the gas fields and then moving that gas by wire through electricity. So one is guaranteed high rates of return for building that transmission. And like any rational economic actor, you're going to put that money in place there. The second is we've gotten the utilities out of the business of owning and operating power plants. And so the only place for them to make money is on improvements to the transmission and distribution system overall. And again, that's their job. They should do that. But overall, it is creating an economic incentive to further focus in those areas, which is why New England pays the highest rate of wholesale transmission of any market in the United States.
Okay, is there anything else you would like to tell us about your presentation?
So the only other one, and I know Chairman, in particular, this has been an interest of yours coming into this session in particular, but do want to highlight slide 11 here with respect to electric reliability. As I said earlier, electric reliability is clearly our top priority. However, it is not the only one. And the other overused phrase that we have is in this industry is that it's a three-legged stool. We have affordability, we have reliability, and we have trying to do it increasingly clean. And the trick is I can largely provide you policy answers for getting 2 out of 3 of those. Getting all 3 at once is really, really hard. And right now, what we are seeing is as electricity demand continues to increase, as we see some of the older facilities that either need reinvestment or just have reached the end of their useful life go away, how do we make sure that that reliability stool is maintained? And that has become under even more attention and tension and pressure as we see not only electrification happen at the retail level between individual homeowners in investing in their heating systems, in their vehicles, but really what we're seeing is in other parts of the country right now, extraordinary growth in manufacturing, onshoring of manufacturing, and use of AI data centers, particularly as we look at the Mid-Atlantic and Midwest, extraordinary electricity demand that has not yet happened in New England, but I emphasize yet. And so what we are trying to highlight is that we are watching this. We certainly are extraordinarily aware of the situation. The map we have here, and recognize it's kind of small here, I think sometimes we have a tendency, and understandably parochially, to really only be worried about our sandbox, to think that New England's on a knife edge. And really, if you look at across the country, we're in really good company. This is a national issue. This is something that is the top priority right now as we look at a changing Federal Energy Regulatory Commission with a new administration coming into place, at the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, which is the entity designated for electric reliability. There was also a report where kind of the executive summary was just issued about 10 days ago. The full report is expected next week. There's an organization called the Northeast Power Coordinating Council, NPCC. Sorry, we have too many acronyms. They are the regional entity designated by NERC to worry about our corner of the world. All of them are highlighting that reliability is concerned long-term. However, I also want to stress that we're not in the red, right? This is an important, serious issue. We today do not see an outright emergency here, but we need to be mindful, we need to be watchful, and certainly that is something that as we engage with you all for the rest of this session is going to be front of mind as we look at the various policies and proposals that get brought forward.
Well, thank you very much. I have one comment and then one question for you. The comment relates to something you talked about earlier, small modular nuclear power. At the end of November, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission granted permission to Kairos Power to build two 35-megawatt molten salt reactors in Texas. And I believe that once this small modular nuclear reactor industry gets moving, it's going to take off very, very quickly. And I think that process has begun. My question, though, relates to, since you do a lot of your work in Massachusetts, you also mentioned earlier that Massachusetts 6 weeks ago passed a new energy law. The Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance pointed out that that law contains a requirement that the utilities in Massachusetts purchase 1,500 megawatts of storage by July 1st of 2025. And at $500,000 a megawatt, that works out to $750 million that Massachusetts utilities are going to have to spend between now and July 1st of 2025. Is that even possible?
I don't know.
How can this possibly be a good idea? What were they thinking? I don't know. Any further questions? Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. It's good to see you both. Thank you for coming. My question is also about batteries, and we tend to look at a large scale megawatt range of what we need to produce when it comes to batteries. Have there been developments upon I hesitate the word microgrid, but smaller batteries such as you already have that would meet your 2 to 4 hour demand for being able to time shift? And could you speak to that a bit?
Sure, and that is where we've seen the large scale growth. And in fact, I think just about every one of our members is looking to or has already put batteries behind the fence line at their power plant itself to optimize the fuel use and take advantage of when they have opportunities to produce electricity at a lower cost, store it, and then put it onto the grid in moments in which either they are constrained from a fuel perspective, an air permit perspective, or in which it's just cheaper to discharge that battery. So absolutely, there's a huge role for those shorter duration batteries. I just wanted to temper some of the potential expectations of how much are we going to be able to lean on that to really solve our issues overall. The other area that I think is to come in New England is to what degree we see distributed batteries in the home or in the business aggregated at scale, and then be able to participate, as was mentioned by the PUC commissioners, either from a demand response perspective or the other kind of topic du jour these days is what are called virtual power plants, which are this aggregated demand, aggregated storage that then is scalable. There have been pilot projects, including here in New Hampshire, doing that. I think that's an exciting, interesting place to further develop, and is also this marriage between the retail regulatory side that the PUC oversees with that distribution and homeowner participation and the wholesale market.
Okay, I want to thank you both for
you.
being here.
Thank you.
Excellent presentation, very informative, and a good discussion as well. So that concludes our presentation portion of today's activity. We are now going to resume some of the orientation activity that we didn't get to earlier today, this morning, when we started our orientation. We talked about general committee organizational issues, but I think it's important to talk about the two activities in which we primarily engage. One is public hearing of bills, and two is executive sessions of bills. So I'm going to turn the discussion over to my vice chair, Representative Thomas, to discuss public hearings, how we do them, and what's important in a public hearing. And then after he's done, Representative Bernardi is going to talk about executive sessions, how we conduct those, and what's important to know about those. So, Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to say that every committee will run differently based on the chairman's personality and way that he would like to run a meeting. So what we may do here may be a little bit different than what you may see or experience in other committees. But there are certain basic guidelines that every committee will follow, and that's kind of what we'll cover here. I guess the golden rule with any public hearing, and this is really for the benefit of our new members, but as a reminder to our returning members, that there may be times when a particular issue is very passionate to you, and you may or may not want to bring out certain points. During testimony, a public hearing, our way of doing things is to ask questions that will bring out the facts or the clarity of what is being discussed as it pertains to the bill in question. And so we don't engage in any debate with the testifier. Sometimes there may be a tendency to you ask one question, they have a response, and all of a sudden you feel like asking a second one, and all of a sudden you're going back and forth. Well, the chair will regulate that, but I would say that make sure your questions are phrased so that you get the information that you want and not subject to 2 or 3 follow-ups with only one-word answers. So we want to make sure that those questions just speak to the bill itself, not to the ideology in general, but to what that bill is supposed to be doing. So if you can keep that in mind, and in conjunction with that, when you do ask a question, we want you to ask a question. We don't want a 15, 20-second, 30-second, 40-second dissertation speech on your feelings on the bill, and then have to be reminded where is the question. So please, when you raise your hand, be ready to ask the question, and hopefully, it never begins with, would you believe? So those are some of the things that I'd like to point out to keep the testimonies rolling and keep them, of course, always being respectful to the testifier, no matter what they're saying or no matter what the issue is. And just please form your questions to either bring out something that you feel will clarify to you or to the committee what the testifier is actually getting to. So I covered the thing about speeches, no speeches. Oh, yes. Questions. First of all, I would say this rather bluntly, nobody speaks until they're recognized by the chair. And you get recognized by the chair by raising your hand. And in some cases, you're waving like this so that the chair can see you past me. I'm kidding. Yes, some of us are being blocked by people.
Going straight up.
Yeah, straight up, you know, or so because sometimes like this, he's not going to see it. So anyway, yes.
This is a question on that.
Okay.
Thank you for the question, by the way. When I see people over here trying to get your attention, do you mind if I just raise my hand, even if I don't have a question? Just to call it, I don't want to be imposing or.
I don't have a problem with that. Sometimes I will raise my hand for the chair because he hasn't seen the person over there. But you know, that's
chubby.
obviously, you know.
Okay, thank you.
You know. And then you can say, no, it's not me, it's her. So, but yeah, it's a good point because we do have it's kind of limited seating here. It is hard to see.
Visibility is restricted along this table.
Yes.
I didn't see Lex earlier this morning because he was hidden behind everybody else between me and him. So,
you know, going on and, by the way, if you think you'll have a follow-on question, please ask permission again from the chair for a follow-on instead of just blurting it out. That helps too. When the sponsor is a member of the committee, from what we are being told this year, I know it might have been different before in the past, but if you are a sponsor or if your name is on the bill as a co-sponsor, you are in this committee and it's your bill, you're a co-sponsor of that bill, then you may get up and you may testify on that bill, but then you are to return here and you are not to ask any more questions on any of the other testifiers that come up. And that, yes, the hand is raised.
So just to make sure that we're clear on this, suppose I'm a co-sponsor on a bill and I do not testify, then I may ask questions?
No. I don't
yes.
think so. Is
No,
that
yes.
true?
The answer
That's
to
not what I
that
heard.
question is yes. You can ask questions if you do not testify.
Okay.
But if you testify, you return to your seat and then you can't ask questions.
Very good, thank you.
Yep.
So just testify. Yes.
Thank you. If you are slated to testify, may you ask questions before you testify, or is it if you are going to testify or did testify, you don't get to ask questions?
If I have a pink card with your name on it, then I won't let you ask a question.
Okay, so it's yes. If you're going to testify, then you are not a questioner.
Correct.
And if you don't have a pink card, you don't testify. So
You might want to explain pink cards for our new members.
yeah, well, since that subject came up, everybody who comes in here who wants to testify, even if they want to say I support the bill and that's all they say, should fill out a pink card. It'll be your name and where you're from. Yeah, right there. It's a good example. Being where from, who you're representing, and and do you support the bill? Yes, no, or neutral, whatever. Please do it up front early, because the chair will take the pink cards before the testifying begins, and he will arrange them, and he will also figure out how many we have and how many minutes he may have to allow for the testifying. If we only get 2 or 3 pink sheets or pink cards up front, and then with, at the very, very end, all of a sudden we get 6 more pink cards, well, that might affect the timing of the testifier and the amount of time that people may have time to actually testify. So please put your pink card in first. And if you think you might, but you're not sure, you might want to put your pink card in anyway, and then you always wave off and say, I've decided not to testify, and that would save us some time as well, I would think. Yes, Representative Thomas.
Thank you. The sign-in sheets. So if I'm a co-sponsor for a bill and I sign in on the sheet, not the pink card, I can still ask questions as long as I don't testify, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
And, okay. And since you brought that up, for the benefit of the new members, we have on the shelves here, when we have testifying, we have what they call the blue sheet, and that's in every committee. And if you see a bill that you say, I'd like to say yay or nay on, you certainly can just sign your name and say I support or I don't support. That's called the blue sheet. And I would recommend that if you see any bill that you feel that you need to voice your opinion on, that just put your name down on that blue sheet. It does not commit you to testify in that committee. It just says that you are for or against a certain bill. And that's what we mean when we say blue sheet. Yes, Representative Notter.
Thank you. We might want to mention that anyone can look at the blue sheet, but we are no longer required to read the names out loud of who signed in on the blue sheet.
True. Sometimes we get 20 or 30 names on there, and it takes a long time. Yes, Representative Corman.
Thank you. Also, in addition to the blue sheet, people can sign in online. I don't know if you were going to mention that, but I figured it's germane. So people can sign in online as supporting, opposing, or being neutral, and also submit testimony online.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Notter.
Thank you. Do we still get a count? I'm looking at you, Representative Cloutier. Will we still be getting a count in terms of for and against? Because sometimes it's helpful also to know if the public is weighing in on a bill of ours.
I asked that question during our training session, and I was told that is no longer required to report on the numbers of the blue sheet, although the blue sheet will go into the record as such and can be easily looked at.
Where's the record?
Well, it would be in the office over
In the
here.
office. Okay.
What do you mean by that? You're talking about the executive session?
Yeah,
We good?
we'll talk about that.
Yeah. And
This is new.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that.
yeah, there's something new that has come up in terms of conflict of interest and recusal, and I think the chairman may have.
So last session, we passed a bill and was signed into law by the governor that spells out some specific situations and rule changes with regards to conflicts of interest and recusal. And so if you, for example, like I know Representative Reynolds used to work for Revision Energy, he no longer works there, but if you were still working there and we had a solar bill under the new legislation that was passed last year, you would have to recuse yourself from voting on that bill. You could still ask questions about it in a hearing, but you would have to preface your questions by saying that I recuse myself from voting on this bill. That probably isn't going to happen very often, but it may happen occasionally. So just be thinking in the back of your mind whether or not there might ever be any conflict of interest between something that you're involved with. I know some of you are still employed, have businesses, Representative Summers, Representative Schneller, et cetera. Be thinking in the back of your mind whether or not there would ever be a conflict of interest between your business interests and bills that we're hearing before our committee.
And if that occurs, hopefully it happens before we have executive session so you can inform the chairman so that he knows. I'd like to state one more thing too. It goes into the decorum during public hearing, and that is, and again, for the benefit of our new members, we sit here and we listen to the testifiers, and the testifiers many times can be very passionate, and they may say things that you are really in favor of, and it's so much so you might say, yeah. Well, we should here as a committee, we should remain respectfully silent while they're testifying, except when you're asking a question. And although this has only happened on a couple of occasions, we are not expected nor will we condone any verbal or visual reaction from the committee members after a testimony is complete. I know there was one time when it was a very well done testimony, although we may not have agreed with some of what this person was saying, but some did, and they started to clap. We do not clap. The general public may attempt to clap, and hopefully the chair will gavel them to say order in the room, but we do not engage in any of that here. We just, whoever's talking might just thank the person, and we just kind of move on. So just a kind of a reminder, because there will be some passionate issues that come here from time to time, and especially when the room is filled with people. So just kind of a point there. Anything else, Mr. Chairman? Can you think of?
So just to reinforce what Vice Chair Thomas has been talking about, our goal in a public hearing is to get the facts so that we can have the information we need individually and collectively to make a decision about what to do with this bill. Our questions should focus on the bill itself as much as possible and not be reflective necessarily of our own personal feelings. We're here to gather information. As Representative Bernardi will explain in just a moment, we can talk about our opinions and our attitudes toward a bill in executive session. But during a public hearing, all we're here to do is to gather information, ask intelligent questions so that we can extract information that we can use to make good decisions. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Representative Bernardi to talk about. Representative Corman?
Thank you. Are you planning to schedule hearings in half-hour slots like last session?
Yes. Representative Bernardi will now explain what happens in an executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So starting off preliminary requirements, executive sessions obviously have to be scheduled, and the chair is looking at the total number of bills that we have to get through and the calendar deadlines for them, whether they have financial notes or not. A executive session requires a quorum, and if you don't have a quorum, you can't move forward at all, as opposed to a hearing where that is not necessarily necessary. Hence, there is a opportunity for replacements that be made by seeking replacements from the majority or minority offices. That has to be done before the close of business on the day before the committee hearing. So the executive session starts with the chairman opening the session. Yes?
Can I interrupt just a second? The day before the executive session, not before the hearing.
Oh, did I say that? Okay.
You said
Sorry.
hearing.
The
Okay.
day before the executive session, yes.
Yes.
Just to clarify, so the day before the executive session, what has to be done? The scheduling has to be done or seeking substitutes? I wasn't clear.
Substitute has to be sought from the respective office. It used to be 3:00 and now this guidance says the day before, so I don't know when the cutoff is. You might check in with your respective offices. Okay. So the session is opened with by the chair. No motion required, but then we can move into a discussion or a friendly debate or whatever kind of facilitated discussion that we may want to entertain. That is between the committee members. In doing that, if the chair recognizes that we need to ask a question of someone who may be expert and in the audience or available, that question can be made to the public at the chair's discretion. Once that discussion is over, and there may not be any, we may move right straight to a motion if no discussion is required. The motion has to be seconded, and the motion may be withdrawn as well if things don't move as anticipated. Replacement members are not allowed to make the motion or second the motion. The eligible motions are ought to pass with amendment, inexpedient to legislate, retain if it's in the first year of the biennium, and refer to interim study if it's in the second year. A subcommittee chair may be recognized to make the motion if the bill came from a subcommittee. And if that preliminary discussion on the bill is appropriate, if members are not ready to vote, if more information is needed. A tabling motion is not allowed. And if we come to the point of no recommendation, then without recommendation, that is the last motion that can be made if all others are exhausted. So the chair will ask, are you ready to vote? The motion is whatever. And all members present are asked to vote. And I, as the chair, will call your name and you're on the record with that.
You will call them.
Yes. Yeah.
Starting with Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes. And I start with the vice chair, and then the sheet goes through the Republicans and then through the Democrats, and the chair is the last to be called. And here's where, again, now with the new policy, if you need to recuse, you should have told the chair ahead of time and myself so that you won't be called. Amendments are voted on individually, and if there's multiple amendments and they don't conflict, they'll all be combined into one big amendment and reported out of the committee as one amendment. You have to have any amendments and copies thereof ready at the start of an executive session. They are identified by their amendment number, which is given by the drafters. And amendments may be adopted by voice vote, show of hands, or roll call. So that's new from last year. Last year we did everything by roll call, but it's the new guidance is voice, show of hands, or roll call on the amendments. The final roll call is required at the end to get the final full committee recommendation on the bill. One can still change their vote on any bill if it is done while the bill is still in control of the committee. Once we're done and it's gone, you can't change that vote. Bills can be put on the consent calendar if there's no objection, and they normally will be. If there's two or more nay votes, or excuse me, more than two nay votes, the custom is we don't put it on the consent calendar. It's only on the regular calendar. No bills with a fiscal note or any other appropriation can be put on the consent calendar with an ought to pass or ought to pass with amendment vote. Reconsideration. A motion for reconsideration is appropriate and does not require the member to have making a motion to have voted on the prevailing side. So anyone can make a reconsideration motion. And it's only possible if the bill is still in the possession of the committee. Committee reports. These are to be clear, concise summaries of the legislation and the committee's reason for making the recommendation. The committee report only becomes public when it's published in the House calendar. Authors. The member who made the motion on the bill usually writes the committee report. Any member who voted with the minority may write the minority report. Only one member's name appears on the majority and the minority report. And only permanent members of a committee may write a committee report. Committee report should also include a brief discussion of any committee amendment. Finally, it is the chairman's responsibility to review the majority and the minority reports to ensure they are accurate, clear, and complete, and grammatically correct and written in a uniform style. And the chair should discuss any suggested revisions with the author if any issues arise about its accuracy, clearness, completeness, grammatical correctness, or writing style. The ultimate review also on these rely with the Speaker of the House as the clerk puts them on the docket. And the committee's final vote count appears with the majority report. And that's executive sessions.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. All right, questions. Let's start with Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You briefly alluded to when there's no recommendation, so when there's a tie vote coming out of committee. Last year, the rule was if you had no recommendation and it went through to the House, it went up as OTP and there was discussion about changing it or giving it to the chair's discretion. So what is the rule now if we have a tie going to the House?
So last Wednesday, we changed that rule, and now the chairman of the committee can designate when it goes to the House floor without recommendation what the first motion is. So it used to be that it was automatically OTP, but now the chair can say the first motion is ITL. Representative Corman, did you have a question?
Yeah, I had a couple. Representative Bernardi, you mentioned that in the case of no recommendation, the final motion must be no recommendation. I don't recall that we voted on a no recommendation motion previously. It's just that if neither motion passed, it was just no recommendation. Okay. And then the second question is, I remember we had some confusion last time about when there's an OTPA motion, the exact order of what we do, what motions. So can you please go over that again, what we'll do this time?
Yes, we started off, if we knew there was an amendment, we started off with the amendment first. And if that passed, then that was incorporated into the next motion, which was an ought to pass as amended. So the bill with the amendment that we just passed. So we take them in that order.
So there won't first be an OTPA motion. The first motion would be for an amendment before there's even an OTPA motion. Is that right?
That's my understanding. Although I am going to clerk training again on Wednesday, and there may be a change to how that's done. And if there is, I will advise everyone before we meet.
And I'm going to a vice chair's meeting tomorrow morning. I will ask that question too to get clarification on that. I believe the process we're going to use is we're going to make a motion on the amendment first, vote on that, then make a new motion, ought to pass as amended, and vote on that. I think that's the way we're going to do it. Representative Thomas?
Yes,
Doug Thomas?
to your question, Representative Corman, just as a reminder, when the motion comes up for an amendment, the amendment is either approved or not approved. There's no OTP or anything like that. So amendments are approved or non-approved, and then you would go into the OTP or OTPA type of thing. Just it's a technicality, but that's how it's normally done.
And that's why when I was going over the notes, we said the very first thing you have to have, if you have an amendment, it's got to come to the chair so he knows about it ahead of time. It's not an amendment that emerges after we're well into the discussion. I mean, there are times that in the discussion of a bill, we have said, oh, this really would be good to have an amendment, and we stopped the executive session and sent things out, but that's not the normal way of doing business. Normal way is your amendments are all crafted, numbered, ready to go ahead of time. You start with that first, and then you take action on that. It either is adopted or not. If it's adopted, then the next motion ought to pass with amendment or as amended.
Representative Wendy Thomas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's no confusion on amendments, but each committee seems to do amendments differently. So for example, I have a bill that's going into another committee. It came out of OLS flawed, so it immediately needs an amendment. So I contacted the chair and told her the problem, and she said, I can present the bill as well as present the amendment, but she wanted somebody who was on the committee to be a co-sponsor of the amendment. Last term, I think you would not let any prime sponsors bring forward an amendment. Is that still standing? Especially knowing that OLS has made many, many, many mistakes.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about mistakes coming out of OLS this year, unfortunately. So the way I have done it in the past and the way I would recommend that people do this is to submit written testimony when you testify on your bill and include the language of your amendment in your written testimony with a heading of the nature of, I hope the committee will consider an amendment that reflects the following language. And then you create exactly the language that you want to be in the amendment. Because amendments are really the province of the committee. So when a bill goes to a committee, is assigned to a committee, that bill becomes the committee's bill. It's no longer the sponsor's bill. And so amendments, according to the rules, are supposed to come from a committee member. But if you provide the committee with the language that you would like to see in your amendment, then one of the members can easily pick that up and see that that gets submitted on your behalf. So that's the way I would do it. That's the way I encourage us to do it in this committee. Representative Partial?
Thank you, Chair. Does it go without saying that the committee can also decide to amend the language as offered?
Yes, absolutely. One other thing I would say about committee reports, and there was a lengthy discussion of this in the chairs and vice chairs training session that we had a couple of weeks ago. And Paul Smith, the clerk, spent a lot of time talking about this. he and the speaker review every single committee report, majority report and minority report. And he said that it's incumbent upon committee chairs to make sure that all committee reports are reflective of the facts that emerged during the committee public hearing. A committee report, whether it's majority or minority, is not intended to be a statement of opinion on the behalf of the report writer. It needs to be a summary of important facts that emerged from the public hearing. And he urged committee chairs, if they don't get that in a minority report, to return it to the writer, to the author, with instructions for a rewrite. So be careful of that, be sensitive to that when you write a minority report or a majority report. Leave your own opinions out. Just report the facts of what you heard in the public hearing. Doesn't matter what side those facts support, just report the facts that you heard. Okay. Representative Vice Chair Thomas.
Yeah, just to add to what Chairman Vose said, the clerk also reiterated that there is a timeline to get those reports in, and the chair will put that timeline. If someone says there will be a minority report and a minority report is not forthcoming and misses the timeline, then the calendar will reflect no minority report. And that's what the clerk said. So please get your reports in on time and work with the chair if you have to do any revision.
To make it easy on yourself, if you anticipate that you will be writing either a majority or a minority report, you could always write it the night before the executive session and bring it with you. Then you could hand it in before you leave executive session that day. That would make your life a lot easier rather than going home and trying to remind yourself, oh, I've got to write this report. Chairman Vose needs it at 2:00 on Wednesday, but I have to go see the doctor on Wednesday morning. And save yourself that hassle. Write the report the night before and bring it with you. Now, everybody received a handout next to your nameplate when you came in this morning about a way to request copies of electronic documents through House Committee Services. Hang on to this because you might need it before the session is over. There's also a small document here that gives you a pointer to House Committee Services. Davis Allen is our new committee researcher. Davis, please stand up and say hi. Taking over from Christy Offesser, who has moved on to bigger and better things, one would assume. But Davis will be here throughout the year to support the committee. If you have research requests or other House Committee service requests to make, you can talk to Davis. And I trust all of you have met Robin, who is in the office behind that door. She's our new administrator. Carrie retired after last year, so she's now a lady of leisure. There's Robin. Hi, Robin. So please feel free to chat with Robin if you need anything in the way of services. She can help you with copies. She can help you with dates. And also make sure you keep your eye open for email from Robin, because Robin is the one who sends out the notices of committee activity in the email. So when I ask her to schedule a public hearing or an executive session, she sends out the notice to everyone. And so if you're not watching the calendar, you could watch your email, and that way you'll always know when our hearings and sessions are scheduled. Representative Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the new members, since the subject of emails came up, if you have a personal email that you would rather have it out there to maybe you can get to easier rather than the one that was given to you, which is, Leggy State, New Hampshire, whatever. For my benefit, I sometimes send out emails to the entire committee, like if we're planning a field trip somewhere or something like that. Please email me the email that you would like to have me put into my list, so I know that it'll get to you perhaps faster than the one you have listed.
Representative McGee?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I hope everybody has noticed, seen the notice that the emails are also changing. So instead of it being .leg after your name, it'll be gc.nh.gov. So we have to actually sign in, sign out on the 21st. So that's coming up soon. So I just thought I'd mention it.
The 21st of this month?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anybody have anything else for Representative Partial?
Sorry again, thank you, Chair. I noticed that you're speaking up emails. I noticed there's a time change on tomorrow's meeting. It was originally scheduled for 9 o'clock, I believe, and now it's scheduled for 9 o'clock? No, the start time.
The start time has always been 9 o'clock. The notice that went out about a time change was about a time change for the public hearing tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, okay.
It was
okay.
originally scheduled for 4 o'clock, but I got a call from the speaker's office and he said that's too late because I haven't been able to arrange for overtime for this committee staff. So if we'd have gone past 5 o'clock, people would have, Robin and Davis and other House Committee Services people would be working overtime and it wouldn't be authorized. So he asked me to move the meeting up to 3:30. So we're starting that public hearing on House Bill 106. Sure you saw that, Tony, at 3:30 tomorrow afternoon. And we have to be out of here before 5 o'clock. So the public hearing will end no later than 4:45. Tony?
I just have a concern about that because I know there's going to be people showing up to testify. So what happens if not everybody gets a chance to speak? Are we going to maybe postpone it?
Well, if people follow our etiquette and submit their pink cards, let's say I get 10 of them, then I'll just decide, okay, nobody can speak longer than 4 minutes or something like that. Okay, anything else? Well, I think this has been an excellent opening day. I'm really happy to meet our new members and grateful for the participation of our returning members. Looking forward to a good 2-year session. We've got a lot of work to do, but this is a great group of people to do it. And so I'm looking forward to it. And I thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock sharp.